I got nightmares in my head, I fear. Thoughts build up until I can't hear. My mind fills up into a creature, and it haunts me somewhere much deeper. I got nightmares in my head, I fear. Thoughts build up until I can't hear. That my mind fills up into a creature, and it haunts me somewhere much deeper.
Whoa, I got caught a little bit unawares there. Okay, so yeah, breaking news. The director of the Rust movie, Joel Souza, is testifying, is just started testifying. So we're going to join that right now. Welcome, guys. Welcome, welcome, welcome. And let's jump right in. Hi, Earth. Hi, Leo. Hi, Terry
Do
D.
you swear or affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you'll give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, thank you. Have a seat talking to the microphone.
Thank you.
And that water is for you.
Well, thank you.
I apologize. Mr. Souza, for the record, just state your full name.
Joel Souza.
And Mr. Souza, what? Oh, I apologize. Testing. Okay. Okay. Sir, what do you do for a living?
I am a screenwriter and a director.
I want you to move that microphone a little closer.
Sure.
Thank you. How long have you been a screenwriter and a director?
Oh gosh, I've been a working screenwriter and director for. I wrote before I directed, so 20 years on the writing. Gosh, let me date myself here. 15 years directing.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
How did you become involved in the movie Rust?
I had made a movie called Crown Vic that came out, I think, in 2018 or 2019. And there was a time when the actor Alec Baldwin was going to be starring in that movie. And as happens with independent movies, you get ready to go, your financing falls apart, you push the boulder uphill again, your financing falls apart, you rinse and repeat endlessly. Sometimes it seems like, but the schedule sort of ran out on us and he wasn't able to star in it. He stayed on as a producer.
So there you have a little bit of a precedent for Rust, where Joel Souza at least was on another movie and they had this horrible experience where they ran out of money and catastrophe. So what happens, I guess that might be part of the spillover into this movie where they don't want to make that mistake again, that they don't want to run out of money, they don't want to shoot in beyond the deadlines. And so you almost get the sense that they learned a lesson, but may have over applied it in a sense. I mean, financially, maybe they were on track, but that maybe put other things off track.
After that movie, he liked it, and I think he felt like he missed out or something. So we talked about doing another project together with him as an actor. And I had a couple of things in mind, one of which I wanted to make a Western. And he thought that sounded interesting. And so he hired me to write the script.
Okay. So you actually wrote the script for Rust.
Yeah.
And then at some point, did you?
Well, he co-wrote it because Alec Baldwin was definitely shared the script writing credits, but maybe he wrote the original draft. Maybe he dreamt up the concept and the main idea, and Alec provided input, and maybe it's something like that.
You begin preparations to actually turn that script into a movie?
Yeah, and it was sort of a similar situation with what I talked about before. You meet with a lot of different people who hopefully can put financing together for you for the movie, and you get close, and then it would fall apart and get close. You have these different iterations, and you start thinking about where you're going to film. But eventually, yeah, a group of producers came on that was able to secure financing for it, and so then discussions began about where you would film. New Mexico has a pretty robust tax incentive and works for many reasons for a Western. And then, yeah, so from that point forward, it was sort of, we would kind of in earnest begin to start preparing to go into what's called pre-production, which is just a period in the months before you actually start filming.
And how did Ms. Hutchins become involved in the movie Rust?
So over time, just generally as a director, if I would see the work of a cinematographer that I admired, I would just make a note of it, make a note of their name. And I had seen a trailer for a movie she did. I think it was called Arch Enemy. And I just was impressed visually. It looked like something that was sort of it fit my style. And so I looked into some of her other work, and I had added her to a list of other names I had put together over the years. I can't remember what publication, if it was an American cinematographer or something like that, but they had named her one of 10 cinematographers to watch. That's a big deal. And so when the time came, generally I would ask one of the producers to start, if you could reach out to their agents, and I could start talking to people, and these are the people I'm most interested in, and they would do that and see who's available and who's not. And then I can't remember the exact number of people I spoke to, the exact number of cinematographers. It was a decent amount, more than 7 or 8. And but it was all over Zoom. We were in the middle of COVID still. We had a very long Zoom conversation where it's those kind of great conversations where first you're sort of talking about what are your influences, what are your that, and by the end you're just enjoying a great conversation. And in the end, it had come down to her and a few other women who I was a fan of, and they were all excellent, but something about Helena, we were really, really, really in tune with what we both thought the movie should be. She had some really interesting references she would make. And my references would always tend to be a little more mainstream, and she would be talking about some avant-garde Russian filmmaker, and that's a hole in my game, and she was going to fill it, and I loved that. And so that's how I asked the producers to told them that's who I wanted. Please don't botch the deal, and because she's great, and so that's how we came to work together. So.
And during the time that you knew Ms. Hutchins, did you get to know?
Now, if you look at Hannah's expression here, it's actually just maybe a second before, she kind of looks happier than she did yesterday when the armorer was testifying. So she does kind of wear her expressions on her face, doesn't she?
Anything about her?
The look on her face, she is definitely lighter than the sort of slightly brooding, darker tone when the armorer, another armorer, was testifying yesterday. What is his name? Brian Carpenter.
Anything about her background?
Yeah. I mean, she has this backstory that you don't forget when you hear it, right? I mean, she was born in the Ukraine, and but she'll tell you, she says, "Oh yeah, I grew up in this naval submarine base in the Arctic Circle," and you don't hear that generally every day.
I wonder what that objection is all about. So I personally don't like covering one case and then we talk about another one. I sort of feel like we need to pay attention to this case. But anyway, I see some of you guys in chat are talking about the Draconis trial, guilty on all charges. She appeared to be shocked at the verdict. I kind of you sometimes have people on trial who seemed to be in a dream world, and then reality breaks through. So it seemed like she just couldn't believe that she would be found guilty, and then she was on all charges, and kind of put her head on the table, a little bit like Letitia Stalk. Wouldn't show her face while for quite a few minutes of discussion, and I've been taken into custody. We'll cover
Mr.
that
Souza,
separately for
without
the.
saying anything that Ms. Hutchins said to you, can you give the jury an idea of the kind of education and training that Ms. Hutchins received after she came to the United States?
Yeah, I know that she had spent a little time at the University of South Carolina. It's my understanding that's where her and Matt actually met.
And who's Matt?
Her husband.
Okay.
She would have been her husband, Matt Hutchins. I know she did the program at UCLA. I think it was the producers program. I know she did the master's program at AFI, American Film Institute.
And do you recall when she completed the master's program through AFI?
Oh, that I'm not sure. Gosh.
No worries.
Yeah, I'm not sure when. I know she did. She was very, very interconnected with AFI.
Okay.
Yeah.
Did her background and training, did that go into part of your decision to bring her onto this project?
Yeah, it's.
Tia asked, how long is this scheduled for? I think it's 2 weeks. So basically another week.
I'm always impressed when AFI is a prestigious name in our business. I think it's always impressive to me when someone goes through there. I think as a woman cinematographer, I think that's doubly impressive, just because if you look at the numbers in this business, they're sort of atrocious in that regard. But yeah, I think, in that coupled with the work I'd seen from her, and just, she was very keen to do a Western, as I think all filmmakers are, because it's just a really interesting thing to do visually.
Okay.
And, but I think between those things, between her work and her, her background, I think she was kind of a no-brainer to me.
At some point, did you and Ms. Hutchins come to Santa Fe to begin pre-production work on Rust?
We did, yes.
Approximately when was that?
Oh gosh, let me think back about this. We filmed sorry, I don't want to conflate it with the second go round. We were filming in October that time, so I believe we would have come out, if I go back, September I guess it would have been late August. Yeah, or the tail end of August or beginning of September. But yeah, we both came out around the same time. She came from Los Angeles. I live up in the San Francisco Bay Area, so I came from there. And I think she might have gotten there either the day before or after me.
Can you explain to the jury how other members of the crew are hired? What goes into hiring camera people and armorers and prop assistants?
Sure. I think the department heads will sort of pick their team. Like for the camera team, Helena would put the word out. She'd go to people she'd worked with before. She would, through the union maybe, or, she would basically collect resumes of people, collect, recommendations from people. She would make the choices who she would hire on a camera team. In terms of, the production designer is the head of the.
And that does make sense because, Lane Looper was very heartbroken when Alina died, and you really got a sense that they had bonded, right? For example, I think, just trying to think of Lane Looper's designation. I think they called him first camera or first camera assistant, something like that. But you really got a sense that she liked him and cared about him and his team and vice versa. Whereas if you think about it, there's no love lost between Sarah Zachary and Hannah Gutierrez, right? So some people on this set got along and some didn't.
the art department. So he would pick his prop master, his set decorator, and then those people would also then pick armorer and prop assistants and people like that. The department heads would generally sort of hire their own, or at least interview and then recommend the hires to the production office.
Okay. And approximately, if you recall, when did you first meet Ms. Gutierrez?
In person, I had a phone call with.
So this is quite an interesting question. When did the director meet the armorer? And what is your impression? What did you think of the armorer when you met her the first time? Did you guys get along?
With her before I ever met her. One of the folks from the production office, I can't remember if it was Gabby or Roe, had told me that they had found an armorer. They told me that it was Hannah Gutierrez Reed. I had, of course, heard of Thel Reed. I mean, in the business, who hasn't? And so they told me that they had found her. I was keen on having what's called a show and tell, where you would basically have all the weapons that would be used for the movie more or less laid out on tables, and you would then match the cast up with what looks best for their characters and makes the most sense story-wise. And so I wanted to have that, and so the production had her call me, and she introduced herself to me, and we spoke over the phone the first time then. And then a few days later, I can't remember exactly how much, it was a day later, a few days later, I met her in person at the show and tell, and then she was training people that day as well.
And at some point, I presume that filming begins and a lot of work begins. Is that correct?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I mean, the pre-production itself is an enormous undertaking as well. But we eventually got to our first day of filming, yes.
I want to ask you a couple.
So someone says that he seems to have recovered pretty well. What is definitely kind of scary about life and about fate and about how things turn out is it could just as well have been Joel who was killed. It could just as well have been Alina in court right now, talking about Joel. Really, really easily could have been the way they were standing, the one behind the other one. It could just have been reversed. You could have had the director just for a moment lean forward and kind of look at the camera and say, well, let's do, oh, I see what you're saying, let's do it this way. And just because of a timing thing, just because stepping forward at that time, he could have died. And look at the difference. 2 years later, Joel is still alive. He gets a second chance. He gets to continue living. He gets to walk out the court and live the rest of his life. Helena doesn't. It's quite a shocking thought. I don't know if you've ever been in that position where you feel lucky that you escaped death. There's a place not far from where I live where I was just standing, and a car came out of nowhere, and basically someone was driving drunk, and they just went right over the traffic island and slammed into a vehicle right next to me and brushed the vehicle that Timmy was in. I was not in the vehicle, but just skimmed the license plate. So it actually hit my vehicle. And a thing like that could also just go the other way. If that guy didn't correct the course that he was on, I could have been hit. And so it's on sometimes slim little margins like that you win the right to live on your life or not. Don't win that right. Lose that right.
Couple of prior to your work on Rust, had you worked on any other movies where there were real firearms and an armorer?
The movie I had done before Crown Vic was a movie about police. And although
So I just want to respond to that comment. These guys are so eager to hire women, they'll hire unprepared ones. I must say, I've been thinking about the Rust set, and am I wrong if I say there seems to be a group of sort of young women? So when I say young, I mean early 20s, maybe even early 30s. And then there seem to be kind of much older men. Like the men aren't middle aged, they are sort of there's at least a 20, 30, 40 maybe pushing it, but at least 20 or 30 years age gap between many of the women on the set and many of the men. And Joel Souza is older than most of the women. The assistant director is clearly a lot older. The lead actor clearly a lot older. But there does seem to be a little bit of a sense of that, doesn't there? And what that made me think about was the Everest disaster, where part of the reason I think you had so many fatalities was this really mixed bag of young people and older people. And so the abilities and temperaments mismatch. And that can lead to stress and not a well-oiled, very, very well-oiled machine.
most of the movie was spent with the two characters driving in a car, so they didn't have anything on them. There were a few occasions we had some armorer days where, there were police weapons and then an armorer there with that.
Do you recall how many days you got to experience an armorer on set?
Maybe 3 or something, like 3 or 4. It wasn't an enormous amount of days, but we
Okay.
didn't have it. There was not a lot of gunfire on that movie, frankly.
Okay. Can you give us an idea of what your
So I've also got a wonder here, that the same thing we spoke about previously. Remember we dealt with Gabrielle Pickle, and she seemed somewhat less than forthcoming in her testimony. And you kind of got to wonder, is she still part of Team Baldwin? Did she kind of go on to complete the production? And I don't know what the answer is to that. I just don't know. Joel Souza, I also don't know for sure if he directed the Rust Part 2 after the incident, but it seems like he said that he did. But clearly, Souza is probably in Team Baldwin, right? And so is he really going to step into the whole thing and talk about the armor and share what he thinks? Is he?
focus is in a given day on the set?
Yeah, it's mostly about like who you work with and interact with most. My most direct interactions are with my director of photography, and there's a byproduct of that, the camera team. But you're also talking to wardrobe and production design a lot, because you're moving from set to set. They're asking you, is this right? Is this okay? Is this okay? So in general, yeah, I would work, my script supervisor is always there with me as well. But in general, you work with the creative departments. You are spending a ton of time with your cast, with your actors. You're blocking the scenes out. You're walking them through their performances. You're sort of getting on the same page together.
Are you largely focused on the behavior of the armorer?
No. No, I mean, you see them when they are there at set, but no, I don't generally interact with the armorer during
I just find that a little tough to imagine on a cowboy movie where there are, incidents happening constantly requiring the armorer. I'm just a little bit surprised to hear that.
during the course of the day on set.
Okay. And let me ask you, after the show and tell and the training that you described, did you reach out to Ms. Gutierrez and compliment her?
Well, there was a day on, so I think.
So quite an interesting comment from Rex Murphy. According to what Joanne says, there were actually, Mamie Mitchell, who's also sued Alec Baldwin, was definitely not one of the younger ladies there. I'm just I can't really think of another one. There might be. I do know the costume designer was also pretty young. Food for thought.
If memory serves, I think the first day of gunfire on the movie was day 3, because that was sort of, that day was on my mind from Jump Street with this production, because it was our biggest day of the movie. It was just to give you sort of an idea of the scale of the day. It was not just, we had a large part of the day there was an enormous shootout going on between these bad guys and good guys. I think 4 people on one side and 4 people on the other side. There's an enormous amount of stunt work that goes with that. There's gunfire, there's the actors, but then before that, there's also, we were walking the characters through town. So the town was filled with background, which is what we call the extras who come. There were horses, there were wagons. It was an enormous day. And at the end of the day, we had made it. And it was a tough day. And when we have days like that, I generally like to go around and thank folks and congratulate people on doing a good job. If I texted her that day, it would have been because I guess I just didn't find her on set at the end of it. But the day came off, and I think, everybody had a big part in that. So.
Okay. And after that day, you were complimentary of her.
After that day?
Or on that day?
On that day, yeah.
And you were complimentary of the other folks on set that day?
Yeah. No, it's, I don't know if anyone's ever spent time on set, but it's quite a thing to see. The people, okay. It's just a lot of professionals doing some pretty amazing stuff. So.
Okay, great. Can you?
Does sorry for laughing. I'll try to gather myself. Does that sound like an appropriate description for Hannah? If you take that description, and he's describing his movie, he says, just a lot of professionals. What did he say? Just a lot of professionals working together or something.
Stuff. So.
Okay, great.
Doing amazing stuff.
Everybody had a big part in that. So.
Okay. And after that day, you were complimentary of her.
After that day?
Or on that day?
On that day, yeah.
And you were complimentary of the other folks on set that day?
Yeah. No, it's, I don't know if anyone's ever spent time on set, but it's quite a thing to see. The people, okay. It's just a lot of professionals doing some pretty amazing stuff. So.
Okay, great.
And Hannah, it was one of those professionals doing amazing things. Doing amazing things that she was supposed to do, or doing amazing things that she wasn't supposed to do.
Can you?
Also, Alec Baldwin, this amazingly professional actor doing amazingly professional things.
Explain to the jury what Video Village is, and specifically what it was on the set of Rust.
So Video Village is basically a sort of large awning or tented area. There'll be a lot of chairs inside there for cast to sit, producers to sit. There's generally a chair for me, which I should have used and never did. I just tend to stay on my feet all day. And then there will be monitors that are basically a feed to the cameras that we're using. So you can watch what the camera sees essentially from what they call Video Village. So you can watch the takes as we're doing them. Sometimes as a director, you'll watch from Village. Sometimes you'll watch from set. I think every director has a different way they like to do it. For me, it's kind of a mix.
And inside Video Village, can you see what the camera sees when the cameras are not rolling?
Yeah, as long as the monitors are up. Sometimes you're dealing with wireless transmitters and things, and it seems like on any set
Welcome,
I've ever been
Josie.
on, people are constantly
Thanks for
kind of running
joining us.
behind the monitors and fussing with cables and transmitters and things, and monitors not down, and then it's up, and then it's down. But in general, yeah, you can see whatever the camera sees. If the camera's powered on, you can see what's going on.
Based on your experience as the director of Rust.
So someone described Joel as having a salesman vibe. Well, guess what? The Rust movie isn't a salesman phase. It is, the movie has been finished and he's the director. So he clearly has an interest in basically selling the movie, right? And so that is a little bit of a hard bias to get away from. Are you honestly going to criticize your own movie, even when you got shot in your own movie? Are you honestly going to criticize your own movie when you've completed it and now your job is to kind of sell it and pitch it? Are you going to be completely honest and transparent about things about your movie that weren't very good?
Was Video Village a place that you would frequently encounter Ms. Gutierrez?
No, I would. You don't ever see it. Armorers are never in Video Village. They should be next to set.
Can you recall a single time that you saw Ms. Gutierrez in Video Village?
No.
All right. And can you tell the jury generally what your understanding was of where the armor is supposed to be if the actors are using their...
I mean, that is essentially true. That is essentially true.
prop guns that are real. They're real revolvers that they're using as prop. Where's the armor supposed to be?
Basically off camera. I mean, there's crew on set, so you'll sort of behind the camera, there are grips, there's the operators, there's sort of the people that are sort of where the camera can't see them, and you would generally expect the armor to be just sort of standing off screen, ready to hand or retrieve when we're starting or finishing the weapon.
Okay.
Yeah.
Were you ever under the impression, based on your experience, that it would be appropriate for the armorer to leave real weapons with actors and then leave the area?
No, that wouldn't be what an armorer should do, at least in my experience.
Okay. And can you give the jury an idea of, at the beginning of the filming of Rust, did you even understand what a dummy round was?
Not really. Like I said, I didn't have a lot of exposure to that kind of stuff before. I wonder.
Is he the guy who also got shot? Yes, he is.
You know, I don't exactly have a clear memory of it. I have a feeling the first time I heard the word dummy is after everything happened, to be frank.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm just wondering, during the time that you were the director on Rust. Okay.
Yeah.
The filming of Rust, did you even understand what a dummy round was?
Not really. Like I said, I didn't have a lot of exposure to that kind of stuff before. I wonder, you know, I don't exactly have a clear memory of it. I have a feeling the first time I heard the word dummy is after everything happened, to be frank.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm just wondering, during the time that you were the director on Rust, and to be clear, you are directing the scenes.
Yes.
So when
Just a quick thank you to, I think I missed you. Thanks, Mayflower. And also Hazel Eyes. Thanks, guys. Thank you.
the actors are outfitted with their revolvers and they're preparing to film the scene, you're the person that's there directing. Is that right?
Yeah, I'm talking it through with the actors. Yeah.
Did you have an opportunity to see Ms. Gutierrez?
Not quite following Christine's comments. Mods, will you just find out kind of what's going on there? Not quite sure why certain comments are being made.
Engage in her armor duties by providing firearms to actors or retrieving those firearms.
Yeah, I remember times seeing her do that. I do, yes.
Was there?
Why do you think we have a less clear picture of how the production was formed and what they did and that side of things? Why do you think we see quite clearly now the whole armorer's side and to some extent the boots on the ground side, but the sort of higher up stuff still seems a little bit murky? And I think it's important to bear in mind this trial isn't really about that. This trial is about the boots on the ground. If you're on set, what's going on, what was going on set. I think the Alec Baldwin trial will be about the organizational side, the view from an actor's perspective, the producer's perspective, and all that kind of thing. But I do agree that the production aspect seems quite kind of murky. And you really got a sense of that murkiness from Nathan, the one producer, and also from Gabriel Pickle, where you didn't really feel like they were keen on being this as effusive as Joel is about the movie, about their role in the movie. You kind of get a real sense of being reluctant to say anything, right? Even in a court setting.
Ever a time? Well, let me ask you this: Did when we talk about how the armor and the assistant director do are you familiar with the way that the armor and the assistant director are supposed to do a safety check of guns?
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, I have a pretty good understanding of it.
Okay. And what is your understanding of whether or not the armorer should load the gun in the presence of the assistant director?
Ooh, to be honest, that I don't really know.
Okay.
I'm not sure if it's supposed to come to that moment loaded or if they're supposed to do it in that exact moment. That I'm not certain.
Let me ask you this.
And I think this is the area where there's a little bit of weakness, I guess, which is you've got the very strong personality in Alec Baldwin. And then, although I think Joel Souza is very interested in his work and very passionate about storytelling, he seems to be very, what's the word? He seems to have a passing interest in other stuff. So if it's not relevant to his thought process, then it seems to be kind of in peripheral vision. I think it's unfortunate that he, as a director, first of all, I don't think he doesn't strike me as a very assertive personality based on what we've seen, and maybe we haven't seen him taking charge of his set. But just hearing Alec Baldwin direct himself, Joel Souza seems very much in the background. He's there and he's doing his thing, but certainly from what we've seen, he seems in the background. You can imagine if he was in the foreground, directing not only the movie but directing his crew. That and I'm not saying it's necessarily his responsibility. But if he was more in the foreground, then that would have been a potential additional hurdle, an additional barrier for things to have gone the way they went. Another thing that I can't help noticing is my sense of the set was that it was a slightly chaotic set, but everyone was having fun. And if you had a director that was more hands-on, more I don't want to insult Joel Souza by saying he's not assertive. I'm sure he's very assertive with regard to certain things, but he does seem to have he seems mild-mannered in terms of other people. You kind of get the sense that he's a live and let live kind of guy. What I'm trying to say is if you had a kind of a more in-your-face leader, that may have led to Hannah needing to be more on her toes. Does that make sense? In other words, if there were people that were aware of protocols and were prepared to show leadership in the somewhat difficult setting of this Rust production, then that would have improved overall standards, as opposed to the opposite happening.
Did you ever see Ms. Gutierrez load a gun with dummy rounds in the presence of the actor or the assistant director?
I mean, gosh, nothing that really sticks out to me. I remember times when she would call out what was in it, but I don't remember really seeing her specifically putting things in.
Okay. Do you ever recall any safety checks where you saw Ms. Gutierrez shake rounds before loading them into the gun?
I never saw anyone shake around, no.
Thank you. What is your understanding of the overall I would say, for lack of a better word, the overall amount of power that the armorer has over the firearms and ammunition on the set?
Well, I would say that specifically since it's such a safety matter and it's such a specialized matter, that there's really no one on set that should be able to override the armor in terms of.
I think that's such a good comment, because it's something that is part of this production that you don't really hear of, and I don't think we've heard of it, which is, there's a ugly an ugly snarkiness to this production where one person laughs at another person, right? And I can't remember what was said on those T-shirts, but it was something about, I think it was about the accommodation. Nate, can you remember what was actually printed on those T-shirts? Let's just see if I can confirm that. I know I did see something about that.
The weapons, the ammunition, how they're handled, anything. What the armorer says goes.
And would that include the star actor and producer, Mr. Baldwin?
It would include anybody, yeah.
Okay. I want to ask you a little bit about the COVID protocols that were in place on the set of Rust. We understand that this was during COVID. Tell us how that worked.
Yeah, it was during COVID. We would come to set in the mornings. You'd get in a big line. They would have the people doing the testing. I believe we had like a trailer there there was a specific kind of testing you would do that would be more like the quick nasal swab, and then there was the kind that would take.
Okay, so yes, just confirmation of that. Rust production staffer made T-shirts mocking crew members' requests for hotel rooms. And I'm just trying to see what was printed on there. I know I do have. So the T-shirts read error 404, housing not found, and ABQ is an hour away. And so this is literally the production staff developing a kind of solidarity within their own group, and a kind of, because you can almost imagine that you could have a mutiny where they basically mocked a group of people, right? And so it literally is, whose side are you on, right? So here's a little bit more coverage of that. Rust production staffer made custom shirts mocking camera crews. It doesn't actually say exactly who that staffer was, or does it? There's another article came out the same time. Mocked camera crew complaints with T-shirts. I've actually parked right where this vehicle is as well. Here's another article. It's in that article. It's not directly in the title. And then there's also this one. Rust production staff ordered custom T-shirts mocking camera crew requests for accommodation. What do you think that feels like? I mean, you've literally got this almost like high school situation. What did Joel Souza say earlier? We just had this production who did some amazing things like that.
Longer to process. They would do both. People were would mask, particularly indoors, were encouraged to. I think, everyone tried to be extremely careful, and to my knowledge, we never had a positive test on the show.
Okay.
My feeling is you get a sense that this was a sort of a popularity contest. So you sort of had this. It feels like the Rust production was like high school, where a lot of people were acting in a childish way, but then there were the popular kids, and then there were the sort of those doing things the right way, but they're like the nerds, and they seem to not really get along, right?
Was there any kind of a requirement on the set that people needed to leave, let's say, the church or another indoor filming area to reduce the number of people inside due to COVID?
So PRH says, isn't the whole Rust production being exposed now? I don't feel that that's the case. There was a little bit of backlash, and then in terms of Alec Baldwin, and then the next thing he was in movies again. The fact that they could actually make the second part of the movie just shows that the crew felt that they had kind of public support. So I would say that the answer is no. Frankly, I'm surprised that this is a fairly low-profile case. I'm quite surprised. But to answer your question, I don't think the Rust production has been exposed, and the reason is because it would take someone in the film industry to expose it, but they in the industry, and so if they did that, they would sort of lose their place, probably.
Nothing I ever heard of. No, there was people who had to be there had to be there. So
I am going to let me ask you. You wrote the script, so are you?
I have to say, I don't know what I was expecting, but I find this testimony incredibly underwhelming. I don't know about you guys. I don't know what I expected, but what are we really learning out of this? How good things were.
Familiar with all of the scenes that were to be recorded in this movie?
Yep.
I think there's a difference between if you're an established actor, right, and someone who's part of like crew and in a fairly either junior position or someone on the crew side, because let me put it this way, in the whole Depp versus Heard thing, you would have actors that may have had an opinion, but they don't express it because they don't want to find themselves on the wrong side of public ire, if that makes sense. So I think you have the same thing with crew members. I just want to keep my job, kind of thing.
You understand now what dummy.
So I think one of the reasons I find this underwhelming is he doesn't really have anything to say about Hannah. I didn't really see her. Did you see her put it in dummy rounds? No. So he's the it's the director on his own movie. And sorry, I don't really have anything to say to you about The Armorer. And it's a cowboy movie. Yeah, I didn't really see what she was doing. Okay.
Rounds are used for.
yeah, they're essentially, you put them in so that if there's a close-up on the gun, there is something that is in the gun that is inert, that can't do anything, but looks like there's a bullet in the gun.
To the best of your recollection, was there ever a close-up scene of an actor or a stuntman loading or unloading the lever-action rifle that was assigned to Mr. Baldwin?
No, there was not.
Based on your understanding of the scenes in the script, can you think of any reason that dummy rounds would have been placed inside that rifle for filming?
No, I think if my memory serves, I believe the only thing that rifle was going to be used for it was, there's one scene where it fires and accidentally kills somebody, but we were never going to have the rifle fire in any way because it's an underage actor in that scene holding the weapon. And so we were just going to CGI the gun blast.
Okay. And when you say CGI,
just computer effects, you put a fake gunshot in digitally in the special effects process after you filmed.
And
so how is that, life imitating art? His movie is about someone accidentally killing someone, and there's a lot to say about that. But when someone accidentally really kills someone, I don't recall. That's just the impression I get is, I know so much about my movie, not just Joel Souza, but others, about this fictional thing that we all fussing about and getting the details right. But when it happens to a real person, well, then the real world is really, really slippery. I can't actually I'm sorry, I can't help you. I've got no knowledge on that. Okay. Do you know on what page the actor comes in and makes a joke? Oh, yes, no, I can tell you. I've memorized that. Oh, okay. But you don't know how many days that you shot the movie? No. Okay. I mean, that was some of the stuff that came up with Gabrielle Pickle, she couldn't seem to, even when she was asked, what's your role? She was, what do you mean by that? Like, if anyone asks you, what's your role? What would you say? Would you say, I don't know what that means? If you did say, I don't know what that means, it possibly means that maybe you aren't going to be in a position to volunteer too much, doesn't it?
Hypothetically, if that rifle was going to be used for actual firing, would it have blanks in it and not dummies?
Your Honor, object.
Approach.
Okay, let's see if we can jump over that.
And I mean, in terms of cinematography and what you understood about the filming of the scenes, that rifle needed to have dummy rounds.
We wouldn't see them. I mean, dummies are purely visual. If they go into the rifle, they disappear into the rifle, so you wouldn't see them. So you wouldn't need dummies in the rifle.
Thank you, sir.
That makes sense.
I'm going to take you to October 21st of 2021.
I knew she was
Can
going to
you
say that.
explain to the jury how that day began?
Yeah, we got there early as we always did. It was still dark. Gaffer was waiting there for me with mittens and a hat for both me and Helena, as he always did.
And who was the gaffer?
Serge Svetnoy.
Okay.
And we had realized that I think it was 6 members of the camera team were going to be leaving. And so we knew we were going to not get started really. It was very early. I think Helena knew that they were going to have to start finding other local folks that were available for work to get us there. And so things started a little later that day than they generally did. And once, I don't remember exactly the number of people that were brought in after the other team had left.
I'm gonna stop you right
Sure.
there. In your experience in the film industry, is it unusual for this kind of a disagreement to occur between production and the camera team?
I haven't had it happen on one of the movies I've directed, but I know other folks who have had that happen, yes.
And were you particularly concerned about whether the cameramen that quit were disgruntled or had any malintent towards the filming?
I wasn't concerned about anybody having any malintent. I think there was a decent amount of acrimony between them and the production office and producers over some things that have been sort of going back and forth. I think they sort of, as there should, they tried to sort of, keep that thing away from me. But I hear things, what's going on? You want people to be happy. You want people to feel good about what they're doing. So.
Did you think that the camera crew's decision to leave was somewhat reasonable?
I don't know. That's a tough one. I wouldn't want to answer for them. I knew it was going to put us behind the 8 ball a little bit, but then again, people have their concerns. People have bills to pay. They have
Diplomatic, very
needs.
diplomatic.
At the end of the day, they did what they did. When they left, I went and shook hands, and I had no hard feelings, and I hope they had no hard feelings toward me, and said I hope we would work together again, because frankly they were pretty darn good at what they did.
So you walk off a movie, right? And the director says no hard feelings, and the crew. Well, I would imagine there were hard feelings, otherwise you wouldn't walk off. There were hard feelings with the. Those T-shirts certainly show hard feelings. So I think I think it's being a little bit euphemistic here, right? I think there was acrimony because of, to some extent, a combination of, I think, by rushing and cutting corners. Put it this way: when you have a certain level of unprofessionalism, it leads to rushing and cutting corners beyond a certain point. So they sort of go together. You heard what he said, that they arrived as usual when it was still dark. Well, I would suggest that the director came in from Santa Fe, and I've gone to the Bonanza Creek Gate just after sunrise, or not just after, but early-ish in the morning from Santa Fe, right? And it's a 15-minute drive at the most. But if you staying in Albuquerque, then it's about an hour's drive, and you've still got to drive back there at the end of the day, and those 2 hours probably makes for very exhausting work week. And that is exactly what those crew members were mocked for, was complaining about their accommodation.
Okay.
But, I think, again, I'm not 100% privy to all the goings on there, but I think, people have their concerns and the things they need to do. I think they felt they did what was right. So,
Okay. So you get to set, you understand that you're going to lose the camera crew, and I think we left off where Ms. Hutchins was going to try to fill some of those roles.
Yeah, I think between, Helena and I think the production office, they would start putting out some feelers in an urgent manner that we need, And so then at some point, some folks came. I don't know exactly how many, there might have been 3 or 4. We were going to be down a camera that day because one of the folks that left was the camera operator. And so we knew we were going to be operating under only one camera for the rest of the day. Sometimes you do only use one camera when you're filming, but that's going to slow you down, because sometimes when you're filming, you can have 2 cameras catching something at once, and now you're going to need to do that twice. So it's going to take twice the time. And so, we were sort of gearing up and girding ourselves for that, and talking about our plan for the day, how we were going to go about this, because it was already, schedule-wise, it was already going to be a difficult day.
So what was the plan for the day?
The plan for me, as I saw it, I sort of took Dave, our first assistant director, aside, and Helena, and just said, look, I think we all understand when you look at this day as schedule, we're not going to make this. This is not going to happen. And what I don't want to do is start short-changing the scenes that we have in front of us. What we're going to do is we are going to do the scenes that are in front of us. We're going to do them properly. We're going to work our way through. And whatever's left at the end of the day, we can't control that. That's left at the end of the day, and we'll have to figure out tomorrow. But today we're going to do what we can.
Okay. And so if you recall, approximately what time were you able to get filming underway?
It might have been like 9 something. I seem to remember 9 something, because that's, you're getting going a couple hours late at that point.
Okay.
Yeah.
And if you recall, what were the first, what were the scenes that were filmed in that session before lunch?
Yeah, we were sort of tucked into a corner of the town. It's a scene where the head lawman in the movie, character's name is Wood. He brings a few other lawmen into town. So it's a decent sized undertaking in that you've got animals. I think we had a mule or a donkey there, and some other animals. We had horses, wagons, a lot of extras. And you have these 3 characters riding into town at a decent pace and then coming in. It was essentially, it's before a scene and after a scene, if that makes sense. We were filming the first part of a scene where they ride into town. At a different time, we had already filmed the scene where they would walk in to have this business they were dealing with. And then we were filming again their exit.
And during the filming of those scenes, were there any close-up shots of revolvers that would have made the use of dummy rounds appropriate that you can recall?
We did no close-ups in those. It was wide versions of them riding into town and then getting off. It wasn't a lot of shots, to be honest, because you have something that big and pretty, you sort of tend to back up a little bit and show it off. And then when they were leaving, it was the character, I'll tell you exactly what it was. His foot goes into the holster. We come up with camera to reveal him getting onto his horse and two men behind him, and then they ride out.
So correct me if I'm wrong. That's pretty incredible detail there, right? That's pretty incredible detail. Can you remember Hannah ever loading dummy rounds? No. On a cowboy movie, I don't ever remember her doing that. And we've seen footage of her doing that. We've seen that. And so, he does have a pretty good memory. He does have a pretty detailed memory.
Out. That starts at what's sort of more termed as a medium shot and then becomes a wide shot as they leave.
And were there any other scenes that were filmed prior to lunch other than that one?
After we finished on that end of town, we moved up the road to the church and filmed a good amount of interior stuff in the church.
And
so again, he can even he doesn't just say we went from there to the church. He kind of thinks about it visually. We went up the road to the church, and he doesn't just say we were busy inside the church. He can actually, he's sort of resurrecting the fact that they were doing internal shots in the church. Again, that's quite a lot of detail compared to, in the whole movie, you didn't see Hannah doing that. On a cowboy movie where you need to be present. And I mean, these are scenes I think he's written. He's written these scenes. Anyway, it's not like Hannah was an invisible person. You would imagine this yellow and purple haired person would make an impression on a film director.
the scenes inside the church, did those involve Mr. Baldwin?
Yes.
And if you know, were those scenes filmed in such close proximity that dummy rounds may be advisable?
I think a few shots, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, and for other characters too, because we had also filmed the marshals coming in. Essentially, the scene is the young boy helps his grandfather in. We filmed that a few times. He sits him down in a church pew, and then the boy runs out to get help.
And let me stop you.
Yeah.
The grandfather of the young boy.
I'm sorry, is Alex. The character's name is Harlan Rust.
And that's Mr. Baldwin's character.
And the boy his character is called Lucas.
Okay.
So Lucas brings Rust in. Rust has been shot in a previous scene. He's bleeding. The boy's going to go try to find help. He runs out. Then the lawmen come in, which we filmed, them coming in, fanning out around the church, talking to the Rust character. And
again, incredible irony that the lawmen are pursuing the people in his movie, only for lawmen, real lawmen, to pursue the people in his movie.
Rust character slumped over in the pew. So we filmed most of, if not all of the pieces of the lawmen coming in, looking that way. We filmed a good portion of the pieces of the characters.
So Missy My 5 says, I can imagine Hannah not being noticed on that set. I can imagine that people didn't notice Hannah on that set. Sherry, no, the movie hasn't been released. I think it may have been released in Cannes. What are your thoughts on this comment?
Rust and Lucas coming in before that.
Okay.
We did that all before lunch.
Okay. And after the filming of those scenes, what happened?
After the filming of that part of the scene, it was time for lunch. They called lunch.
When they call lunch, where do you go?
We had, everyone tends to get in the vans and go back to base camp. I remember Alec was still there as people were clearing out, and he and Helena talked a little bit about what was still to come, because we were going to pick literally right up where we left off after lunch. And people would go to get in the pass vans. It wasn't very far, but there was a decent sized hill they would have to go over. So they would just sort of, it would be faster to drive them in vans over to where we would have lunch.
Okay. And what happened when lunch was over?
Lunch was over. Everybody migrates back to the church, and you pick up where you left off.
Were you inside the church immediately after lunch was over?
Yeah. Yeah.
Did you stay inside the church the entire time between when lunch ended and when the shooting occurred?
No. I, at a certain point, went outside of the church.
And why were you doing that?
So
I must say, sometimes I see things that some of you are saying, and I'm just really surprised. So, how can I put this? If you're in a church and there's someone in church with pink hair, do you think you would notice? Do you think you would notice that, or you just wouldn't notice it? If you're in a classroom and there's someone with bright orange hair in your class, but they're not a sort of class captain, or they're not a cheerleader, then you wouldn't notice them. Just sort of wondering. Maybe you wouldn't notice. So there's some people in chat that say, no, I wouldn't notice. I would submit that people on a film set who are paid to notice details. So the script supervisor is there to see anything that's a deviation from the script. The director is got to keep to the script. Actors got lines to read, right? A whole movie enterprise is about details, right? No, Robbie, I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm actually agreeing with you. Just looking at your comments. No, Robbie, you didn't get that one wrong. You definitely didn't get that one wrong. So let me just take things a step away from what you're talking about. What I find sometimes interesting in true crime, and I mean, yeah, we're dealing with a trial. What I find sometimes quite interesting is how people can sometimes not see the blatantly obvious, like something's blatantly obvious. It's like, I don't see that. And then also how bad we are at subtlety. But the part that's astonishing with subtlety is that people will say, I'm not able to see something that's subtle. I'm pretty good at subtlety. And so I don't know how you reconcile both those attitudes. It's almost like saying that you might say, sometimes I struggle, I can't see the woods for the trees. And then a moment later saying, sometimes I really struggle, I can't see the trees for the woods, or anyway, that whole thing the opposite way around. Can you have that at the same time? That you can't see the woods for the trees, or you can't see the trees for the woods? Can you have that at the same time? Anyway, today I took a tire. I took my vehicle to check for a slow puncture, and a slow puncture is a particularly subtle thing because it certainly doesn't just go flat in a day, and over a period of weeks or even months, your tire might just go slightly down. And so I thought, I'm going to find out today for sure if it does have a slow puncture. And so they removed the tire and they put it in water. And the guy was in there for quite a long time, and he was kind of looking at me saying, there's definitely no puncture here. And he was turning it in the water and so on. In other words, depressing this whole tire underwater and kind of looking for bubbles. And he was turning it, and it almost completed a revolution. And we were about to agree that there was no puncture when I said, what is that over there? And there was like one bubble coming up, small little bubble, the size of the tip of this pen, and then another bubble coming up, and then another bubble coming up, and another bubble coming up. And so what were you expecting to see? Like a frothing of bubbles. And so it turned out there was a slow leak, but a very small, slight, subtle slow leak, right? And it turned out that slow leak was in the worst possible place on that tire, which is in like the sort of where the tire wall is, which is the thinnest part of the vehicle. And so, although it's a very slight flaw, it's the kind of flaw that can lead to a blowout, right? And so there's a really good example of subtlety, but then there's also something right next to that, which is, didn't you notice that your tire was looking quite flat? And the answer is yes. But then you pump it up, but then it takes quite a long time to deflate. So you think, well, maybe it's not punctured. And so you have the woods and tree scenario actually taking place at the same time. The fact that the tire is, because when I did pump it up, the guy said, jeepers, that tire was flat. It was 1.5 bars, supposed to be 2.2, right? He said that tire was particularly flat. That's already a big sign that something's going on here. The tire didn't just, right? And then you use, I guess, critical thinking, and you verify, I think something's wrong. Let's make sure, let's check, let's analyze. And then it turns out there is something, but it's so small that it's barely discernible. But guess what? There is something, right? Now, in this case, in this movie, you've got an armorer running around with purple and yellow hair, who's a little bit like a flat tire. And you know there's a flat tire, but you sort of feel like maybe, okay, I've identified that, but I've sorted it out, or the tire's sorted out, or whatever. But it's that little other thing that you maybe don't think about. In this case, could she have brought live rounds onto set? I'm sorry, I'm focusing on this. I'm focusing on the, and I must say, if you don't see either of them, so if you don't even notice that your tire is flat, well, then you don't have a hope. You don't have a hope of finding that little small little hole in the tire. You don't have a hope. And so it does behove us in our own lives to pay attention to detail, including in our own lives, including of our own stuff, right?
When we were setting up the camera angle, we were talking about what the shot was supposed to be. And forgive me if I over-explain this, but the scene is very tense, right? And so you achieve that through editing and camera angles. And so you want to see Rust sitting there. Is he dead? Is he alive? The men coming closer, they're ordering him to give up. And then you cut to close-ups and you're cutting from the character to the lawmen back and forth. And the first shot was supposed to essentially be the first moment we might realize that Rust is not, in fact, as injured as we might have thought. And so it was going to be a close-up on the weapon coming out of the holster. And so we talked about that a little bit. Helena and I had talked, and there's Reed there, Serge was there. They're talking about the lighting. And then at a certain point, it's time to set the camera angle up. It's not a rehearsal yet. You're just sort of what they call auditioning the shot. Like, do you like this camera angle?
Okay.
And so once they do that, the camera was on the dolly, which is a gigantically heavy piece of equipment. And it was in the middle of an aisle between pews. So the pews were here and the dolly's in the middle. And when you're in a tight space like that, I generally, when they start moving the gear around, feel like I'm in the way. And so I got out of the way and went outside, and I figured, well, we still had one monitor. There was no village anymore that day, or that I'm aware of. Not in the traditional sense that there would be monitors lined up, but there was still a monitor that I could see the camera through.
Where was that monitor?
That was outside of the church. I don't remember if they had it on a stand or if it was on a cart. It was not a big one, but they were trying to get image up on the monitor having come back from lunch. And after a time, the image was just not coming up. And so I decided.
So what I remember early on was that they said Helena wasn't even supposed to be in the church, meaning if that camera crew hadn't quit, they would have had additional equipment such as a second camera and also like a monitor. So in other words, you could have looked at what is being filmed on the monitor and you didn't even need to be in the church. But because the camera crew had quit because of safety issues, Helena was in the church, and so you could even argue that because of safety issues, I mean, besides the actual safety issue, she was killed.
Before they get too far afield, if they're sort of setting this up in a way that I think isn't going to work, I would like to at least stop them and say, no, let's move it here. And so that's when I went back inside to have a look.
So at any point in time, did you see Ms. Gutierrez enter the church with the firearm?
No, it wasn't. I wasn't aware of her coming in or leaving or anything. There's just, the church was, there's enormous amount going on. A million voices, it feels like, the special effects guys are rigging things up in the roof for debris for later on. When the shooting starts, there'll be debris falling down, and there are people working the lights. There are people moving the cameras. There's a lot going on. And so I didn't really register that.
Do you have any idea who provided Mr. Baldwin his revolver for the scene?
No, I mean, just beyond in a general sense about who's supposed to hand it off. But no, I didn't see anybody give it to him.
Okay.
So it's not terribly helpful. So we've got essentially about 13 people in the church. And I must say, if I was writing a book about this, I would be going through the list one by one on this critical question: who gave Baldwin the gun, right? And we are already running through quite a few people who say, I just didn't see that. Joel Souza is the next one. And like what I'd really be surprised at is if that we end up having 13 people saying, I didn't see who gave Baldwin the gun. Of course, Baldwin is a witness, right? But the others that were possibly a lot closer, like Serge Svetnoy. But we've already got a couple of people now saying, I didn't see that. I'm just trying to think if someone has answered that question. We heard Dave Halls saying that Hannah gave Baldwin the gun, and that is not what Hannah and Baldwin have apparently said, although Baldwin has said once, I think, that Halls gave him the gun and once that Hannah gave him the gun. So I don't know if that counts as a version. So it's quite a tricky question, that. And are we really going to have a situation where 5 or 6 or 7 people say, I didn't see that? Because, I mean, that's what they're in the freaking church to do, is to shoot the scene. And by the time the gun is handed over, that's when they're sort of ready to shoot the scene. But you don't see the gun being handed over.
At some point, does Mr. Baldwin get his revolver?
I mean, he clearly had it. The interesting thing, I never saw him with it. I mean, he clearly had it because of what happened. But when I went in to look at to see what was going on with the camera angle, I remember there's sort of a big group kind of hovered around where he would be. He would be sitting in the pew. I just couldn't see him. I'm not the tallest guy in the world. And so what I wanted to do was get up behind Helena to try to sneak a look over her. There's a little tiny monitor on the side of the camera to at least see that.
See, that's kind of what I mean by mild-mannered. You know, I said earlier that it's a little bit unfortunate for this situation that if he was a bit more assertive or maybe even aggressive, then just in terms of lots of things, then maybe Hannah would have had to have been more on her toes. Here you have him not really knowing certain things that are quite important to know, protocol things. Like, he needs to know, according to protocol, where certain things happened, and doesn't seem to know that. At the same time, he's saying, he's the director, I wanted to see something, but I'm not very tall, and Alina was in my way, and I wanted to sneak a look. I mean, there's another possibility. You can just say, hey, do you mind? I want to see what's going on here. I'm the director. Or tap someone on their shoulder or whatever. Or just sort of brush someone aside. Why must he sneak a look? Why must he sneak a look? And there is also a sense for me that although he's the director, there was also another director on set, and that was Baldwin. Baldwin knew what he wanted it to look like as well, right?
To see what it was looking like, but I never even got a look at that.
Okay, so explain to us when you're going into the church and why and what you do and what happens.
So I went inside again to try to see what the angle was. There were a lot of voices. I heard Alex's voice. I heard Helena's voice. Everyone's sort of talking at once. I don't have a clear memory of how long I was standing behind her.
So I don't want to be like too facetious. I'm not trying to add false drama to this, but it almost is like, didn't Dave Hall say something similar? It's like suddenly I've got a blindfold on and I hear a voice here, and then there's also a voice there, and then someone moved past me. And it's like, can't you just open your eyes? Because that'll help. You can say, well, that person, her name's Hannah, there she goes. But it's almost like both Dave Halls and the director now in the church are suddenly blind, but they can hear. Oh, I can hear someone's moving, and I don't know whether there's 1 or 2 doors, but someone's moving, but why are your eyes closed? I mean, the church wasn't like dark or anything. In fact, there were really strong lights shining through the windows, right? So why is there this thing of I heard things? Do you not go like that? Or you sort of just looking like that and you hear things? Don't you kind of get that perception? it's a small room. It's not like you're standing on a vast landscape and someone is like 100 meters away. It's a small room. What else is there to do but notice the people around you? I mean, that's what you're there to do, is to notice the people around you. I want the lighting guy there. Alec, you need to do this. You know what I mean? Everyone is supposed to be finding where they need to be. So why would you not notice where they are? Is that am I being unreasonable? Come.
I know I got up behind her to try to see on the monitor, and there was an incredibly loud bang that was not like the half and quarter loads you hear on a set. Those are sort of, they're loud poofs and pops. This was deafening.
So that is something I also reported on at the time, which is just the sound only that alone should have been enough to tell experienced people in that room that that wasn't a blank. And he seemed to know that pretty much immediately. But then there are other people who just couldn't figure it out.
And it felt like somebody had taken a baseball bat to my shoulder. I remember that distinctly, and sort of stumbling back and shouting. I don't remember exactly what I said.
Were you able to see Ms. Hutchins at that time?
I did. I remember sort of stumbling back, and I either fell to my knees or I was sitting. And I distinctly remember her being lowered to the ground. People had her sort of by either side. And I still didn't quite know what had happened. Nothing made sense. I remember initially thinking, had she been startled by it? And they were sitting her down as a result. And then I saw the blood on her back.
So I'm a little perturbed by that, because again, he's saying what he remembers. But it seems kind of minimized because he's saying, had she been startled by what had just happened? Meanwhile, he felt something that felt like a baseball bat had hit him in the shoulder. And that alone is pretty incredible to think about, that, you know, the bullet that they got out of his shoulder is like this size, almost the size of a pea. And yet there was so much force on it hitting the bone of his shoulder that it was not only agonizing, it felt like this massive baseball bat clubbing him. And yet, if he felt that, why would he not think anything had happened to Helene if it had happened the same time, plus the bullet? And it just sounds a lot like the way Alec Baldwin described it. Alec Baldwin said, I thought, did she faint? He's saying, I thought, was she startled? Really? Someone is holding a gun. The gun makes the loudest sound, right? There's a flash, there's smoke, you feel pain, and you say, oh, was she just startled? Does that sound reasonable?
And to the best of your recollection, what happened after that?
It got very chaotic. I remember them laying me down. I remember them laying her down next to me. Although we were sort of facing in opposite directions, my head was this way, her head was that way. I remember a lot of panic. I still just couldn't figure out what had happened. I thought, was there something that had been stuck in the barrel that came out? But just nothing made sense.
So, what do you guys think? If you get shot, there's a gun, you are wounded, right? And you're lying on the ground. Do you kind of go that nothing makes sense? But I mean, this is after you're lying there. Do you just not, like the thing that did happen, that you were shot with a bullet, that's the thing that did happen. That's the thing we know did happen. Is that really extremely hard to believe? Because the strange thing is, some people in this room thought that immediately. And that's the part that I find quite strange. And maybe you can say, because I think there are a lot of people here that are saying that. So if you're in shock, does your mind not work? So let's say you're in a car accident. And I've been in a car accident. I'm not being insensitive to it. Let's say you're in a car accident. Do you then say, what happened? But as in, was I in a boat accident, or did a plane crash, or was there an earthquake? Let me just say that again. You're in a car accident. I was in a car accident. I banged my head really hard. Do you kind of go, obviously part of you is saying what just happened, but in a sense of, I'm still gathering information about how much pain I'm in. I'm still gathering information on the extent of damage, right? That's certainly true. But are you really going to sit there in your car and go, I wonder if I was hit with a baseball bat? Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Are you telling me if you're shot with a gun and the gun's right there in the room in front of you, that you're not going to think ever, I've just been shot? Because then I think you need to go and do an IQ test. Like, are you the right person for a certain job? Like in a certain situation, there's a fire burning in front of you. There are three options: throw water on it, throw sand or something on it, or you can throw, let's say, gasoline on it. And then you say, I don't know, I can't quite tell what's in front of me. It could be like a heat haze. To make sure, maybe I should throw gasoline on it. What I'm trying to get at is, even if you're under duress, you don't fail to compute. You don't have like a short circuit where you can't think anymore. So, as I say, the thing that happened was that there was a live round. That's the thing that did happen. So how can you just not be capable of thinking about something that can happen and that did happen? And you have the same, as far as I'm concerned, contrivance in the Oscar Pistorius case, where he's standing in front of a door and he's telling you a story where the door is terrifying. The door is sort of, there's sounds coming from the other side of the door, right? In other words, he's telling a story where nobody screams and nothing else is taking place. It's all out of context. And it's impossible to actually think, maybe someone I know is behind the door. Maybe I could just say, hey, are you in the toilet? Right? And it's that same kind of anal, let's think about every possibility except the one that did actually happen, because we're in a legal thing here. That's the feeling I get. And so when people hear that and they say either, oh, he's in shock, it makes sense. Really. So if you're in a car accident, are you going to think, maybe I was in a plane crash? Maybe a car crashed behind me. everything except the thing that happened to you.
I remember our dolly grip, Ross, coming to sort of grab me and trying to call me, and then Matt Hemmer came in, and between the two of them, I remember they sort of tended to me and were pulling up and just trying to find out where there was a hole.
Do you recall, Mr. Souza, at any point in time during that general time after the gun went off, having any kind of an interaction with Ms. Gutierrez?
I remember at one point looking up and her standing there with another person or a few other people, and she looked distraught. And I remember her saying, I'm sorry, Joel. And I remember somebody just screaming at her, and they just ushered her out.
Okay.
Let's just touch on what Anna says here. So if you were in a car crash, but you don't remember you were in a car crash, were you in a car crash? Do you sort of walk around town just like lost? Is that what you're talking about? Someone else here says, I don't know whether you guys are trying to just be argumentative. Something happened to me and it took a second to realize what hit me. So does that second then stretch into a description of the whole thing? That I don't know what happened. I can understand I don't know what happened, then the second ticks by, and then you say, okay, sure, well, this is right, and then you do know what happened. But we at a trial now, 2 years later, and the story is still, I couldn't make sense of what was taking place. That you can't have shock now, 2 years later, or can you? Could you say that Joel is in shock right now, and that's causing him not to be able to remember? Do you think you could say that?
At some point in time, were you
Hannah ran into the church.
taken from the scene?
Yeah, it's funny. When I hear later about how long we laid there, it felt like 5 minutes. And I remember looking over and her looking back at me. And she's had the biggest brown eyes I've ever seen. And then, but I don't remember who they took out first. They put me on some kind of stretcher and rolled me out.
And where did?
So I don't kind of understand what he's saying there. He's saying they looked at each other and she had big brown eyes, and then he doesn't really say anything about that. It seems like he's about to make a personal comment, doesn't it? That he's trying to say, he could see perhaps the pain that she was in, and she definitely was in a lot of pain, probably much more than he was in. She was actually paralyzed, shot through the spine. Even her lung was, I think, penetrated. He's in a lot of pain, and their eyes connect. And surely what is actually happening, if you verbalize what's actually happening in that moment, is they, to some extent, their pain resonates with one another. They're in a kind of a mutual situation. But instead of talking about that, he talks about her big brown eyes, and there's nothing about pain. There's nothing about that. Is she crying? Is she struggling to breathe, which she actually was? Does she say something to him? I'm just asking, where's that sort of humanity in this very intimate experience that he's actually having? He's one of the few people that spends an extended time right next to her before she dies. He's one of the last people to see her, but he's like right there with her. And he just mentions big brown eyes. So I guess what I'm questioning is the sincerity of Helena's story. So all these people are telling Helena's story. Helena's not here to tell it herself, right? And I feel like it's not a sincere story. It's not the full story. Don't you?
They take you.
They told me they were going to take me to they said they were going to take me to the hospital, and I kept begging them to take me where she was, but they said they couldn't and that they would later. And they eventually took me to, I think it's Christus St. Vincent, I think that's what it's called, in Santa Fe.
And when you were at the hospital, did you have an understanding that you had been actually shot by a bullet?
No. I mean, I knew something got me, but they kept talking about this bullet, and it could not compute for me. I just kept saying.
So again, I find that fascinating. He's using the exact same word that Hall's used, right? The exact same word. Now, I don't doubt that he feels that he has emotions attached to this. I just feel that, if he lay next to Helena and he touched her hand, if he did that, why not say that? Well, I think part of it is because you bring her back to life in a way that distracts from the film. In a way, the more you recognize her as a person, as the greater the tragedy is here and the greater the disaster that this is. But on the other hand, the more that she's pushed to the background, the less anyone has any accountability.
Saying, you don't understand. No, this was a movie set. That's not possible. You don't get it. And they kept saying, no, it is. And I just keep insisting, you don't understand, because this is not possible. It's just not possible that there's a live round. It just can't. And then they eventually maybe grew tired of my protesting about it, because they showed me the x-ray of my back, and there was a very large bullet in it.
Okay.
So I find that story tedious, I'm afraid. Everyone is telling him that you've been shot by a bullet, and he doesn't believe it until he actually sees a picture of it. So I'm sorry, I find that incredibly tedious. Maybe someone has said I'm being unfair. Gayla Lucas says I think you're being unfair. I think being in denial is unfair, and I think what's happened to Helena for the past 2 years has been incredibly unfair. Even her own husband ended up sort of supporting the film in which that cost her life. Her own husband's a lawyer. I think this whole thing was really unfair to Helena. And what I find kind of shocking is the movie business is about storytellers, and we've been hearing all sorts of stories around this particular case, except I feel one story, and that's the story of what actually happened. We've heard all sorts of stories. To some extent, some people I think have tried to tell the truth, but it's a incomplete story because not everyone has seen everything. And that I find really sad and shocking. Can you imagine if you died in front of a crowd of people, and then everyone said something about it, and none of it was really true. Let's say someone killed you, but they said, no, it looked like you tripped and hit your head, or it looked like that you'd intentionally kind of banged your head against the ground. It's like, I don't know. And I know, like you could say, if someone's no longer alive, that they're not alive to care about it or something like that. But on her behalf, I certainly do care. I think, wow, in a situation like this where there's so many people, so much footage, so much information, we still can't get the information right. Oof.
And sir, do you know whether Ms. Gutierrez was inside the church at the time that the gun went off?
I don't know.
In your experience, would you have had an expectation that she would have been in the church?
Yeah, the armor would be where the gun is.
Okay. I'll pass the witness.
Cross-examine.
Yes, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Morning.
I have a few questions for you.
Sure.
So, Mr. Souza, I think before you testified that before the Rust movie, your experience with firearms was on Crown Vic. Is that correct?
Yeah, more or less. Yeah.
So can I ask you guys, did Joel say the word pain in his testimony? I know he said that it felt like he was hit with a baseball bat, but did he ever say the word pain? I may have missed it. I mean, I'm not trying to be funny, but did he? I mean, I may need to go and listen to it again, because I don't remember him saying that. And again, I'm not trying to be funny, but if someone said, we need you to go to court to tell the story of how you were shot, I think the first thing I would think in my mind and my being would be, oh yes, that was incredibly painful, like physically painful, not like on a symbolic level because the movie, no, that really freaking hurt, right? That really freaking hurt. I don't think he said pain. And if you think about that, and I could be wrong, I mean, maybe if you go back, maybe you'll find that he did say it, but I don't remember him saying the pain was excruciating, I was in agony, it felt like this hot, and I'm putting words there that I would anticipate. It felt like this burning hot poker in my shoulder. He didn't seem to say any of that. I do remember, because I covered this, I do remember, to his credit, they wanted to, what was it again? Something like they wanted to take an x-ray. No. They wanted to question him. And the issue was, if they gave him painkillers, then his questioning might be altered. And so, as far as I can remember, to his credit, he didn't take painkillers so that he could answer questions without kind of being woozy, right? I don't know if you guys remember that. So obviously, if you're going to be given painkillers, you're going to, you in pain, right? I think there's some people here that are saying you're being really unkind and you're being very unfair, and he was in shock. But I think the flip side to that is, in this story, which is about being shot in the shoulder, isn't a fraction of that story that it hurt? Like, I don't know, half of it, a quarter of it, a third of it. Isn't a substantial fraction of, I was in the room, I couldn't see what was going on, I didn't know whether Hannah was there. In other words, I'm not really being particularly helpful with any information. And guess what? What I experienced was excruciating pain. But I'm not going to mention that. Why would you not mention the pain? Well, I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why you could imagine it would be, and think about this trial as a kind of a bad movie advertisement for us. So you want the good movie advertisement, which you can control, but then there's also the bad movie, which you don't want to, you don't want to contribute to that, right? So you kind of have a thing of, if you talk about how painful it was for you, then that might remind you of what Helena went through. If you talk about blood that was in your clothing and on your hands, and I saw blood and I suddenly realized I'm in trouble, that's going to alert you to Helena's situation. Of course, if you don't say that and you sanitize that and you take it out, then you also take Helena out. And, I've listened to this testimony on the fly. I'd need to listen to it a couple of times to either realize, wow, you're totally off track on this. He's just a kind of a reserved person or whatever it is. But the other side of it is I have covered this story for over 100 episodes, and one gets a feeling something is being held back. Constantly get that feeling something is being held back. And it's kind of frustrating. I mean, isn't that why we are sitting in a trial? Is because people have had to submit to questioning and then questioning again, and we still don't know really what the real details are. It's like quite a simple question. Did this person give that person a firearm? I don't know. I didn't see it. Was this person in the room? I don't know. Anyway.
Yeah.
Okay. And that was a movie you directed.
I directed and wrote Crown Vic, yeah.
And you wrote that, okay.
Yeah.
And that, I think you said, had a couple scenes involving firearms. Is that right?
Well, in where guns were fired, there were a few, yeah.
So you had an armorer on that set. Was that armorer full-time?
He was there for the days that the guns were going to be used or fired, yeah.
Is that the only occasion you've ever worked on a set with an armorer?
Yeah.
Okay. So is it fair to say your experience with working with armorers was fairly limited prior to
Up to that point, yeah.
Okay. So are you familiar with the SAG safety rules where if the armorer or prop master are not present, a responsibility falls on the AD?
I don't think I ever really reviewed the SAG rules. I don't think I would have been aware of what the procedure would have been if the armor wasn't there. I think my assumption was always that the armor was supposed to be there.
Okay, and you made an assumption, but if there's a SAG rule that indicates that responsibility then falls on the AD, are you aware of that?
That's not a rule that I'm aware of, no.
Okay, so you have not reviewed the SAG rules with respect to armors in general, or firearm safety in general?
No, I'm not a SAG member, so.
Okay.
But no, I haven't, no.
Okay. So if in the church at that time, Miss Gutierrez-Reed was not present, and you don't remember?
I don't.
Okay. But Mr. Halls was. He was the first assistant director, correct?
He was the first assistant director, yes.
Now, you don't remember, I think you said, seeing who handed Mr. Baldwin the firearm.
That's correct.
And I think you said...
Now, what's quite interesting, I don't know whether the prosecutor was on this point, but what's quite interesting is quite early on when she questioned him, she kind of asked a question like, did you see the armorer? And I kind of made this absurd thing of, wow, you wouldn't notice someone with purple and yellow hair, right? And he said he didn't really ever see her on the set. And that includes in the church. On the very last day, he didn't see her either, right? If he had said that he saw her in the church, the defense lawyer could have kind of argued that that might be inconsistent. One of them may not have been true. But the flip side of it is, if you think about it, you're inside the small building with a limited amount of people. It's not like there are 100 people in there. You know, there are only a limited amount of people. And the armorer supposedly came in there with a gun and gave it to somebody and then left. And as far as I understand, that was when she did the check with Dave Halls. That's quite a long time it's not like she just sort of ran into the church, handed over the gun really quickly, like a relay race, like I don't want to be seen, and then ran out, right? Hannah actually seems like the kind of person you'd really notice her presence, not only physically, but you'd hear chuckling and laughing and I'm nervous or whatever it is. You'd sort of know that she's there. You get some people that are like that and some people that aren't. But it's literally that she has to come into that room, do something that takes a certain amount of time, and then go out. And he's saying he can't remember that. He's not saying, yes, I saw her, or no, but I can't remember, which is sitting on the fence. You must remember the firearm ends up in Baldwin's hand. So it's not as though Hannah is running to the opposite side of Bonanza Creek to give someone something. You can imagine she's gone right up to basically where Baldwin must have been sitting, because after all, he's got to get the weapon. And that is how he ends up getting the weapon. And so that is also where Joel is. Anyway, I hope I've made my point.
Sir, you don't remember Mr. Baldwin even having the revolver. You didn't see it. I mean, he had to have had it, but
I know he had it before lunch.
Yeah.
I know he had to have had it for obvious reasons, but I didn't see him holding it in that. It never got to that.
okay.
So just quickly address this. Pauline, Alec first said that let's try and get this straight. Baldwin first said that Hannah handed him the gun, and then he said that Halls handed him the gun. That's how I understand it. And Halls said that she handed him the gun. And so there are two people that say that Halls handed him the gun, effectively. So it is a bit confusing. Thanks a lot, Deborah. Appreciate it.
So before lunch, did you see who handed Mr. Baldwin the revolver?
No, I remember at some point before lunch hearing Dave call out Colt gun, but I don't remember who handed it to him.
Okay, and that's
So there's another example of this director who hears things. He hears Colt gun, he hears this loud sound, but he can't see things. Francisca, I think the toxicology thing only came up. You must remember the assumption was, and I was one of them, I assumed until as late as December that this was just a mistake, you know, that no one had done anything wrong. Accidents happen. This was just a horrible accident. And by the time I think they realized that it wasn't, I think it was too late to do the toxicology.
Dave Halls.
Yeah.
And Mr. Halls called out cold gun before lunch that you remember.
As I remember that, yeah.
Okay. Was the blocking done before lunch as well for that scene?
Well, I mean, there's a lot going on in that scene. We had sort of gotten to a certain point in it. What was coming next, we had not practiced before. What was coming next was essentially just picking up where we left off. That was what's called an insert. It was an insert shot.
Okay, sir.
So Joanne says, does it even matter who handed him the gun? Absolutely it does. Everyone who handled that gun from when it was loaded till when it was fired is actually in trouble here. And that includes Baldwin. That actually included Halls until he signed a plea deal. And we just heard that Sarah Zachary made some kind of contract as well with the authorities. Not that she's included in this, and then Hannah as well. And so what that means is all three of those people who handle the gun are to some extent have some responsibility in terms of safety, in terms of movie protocol. It's not just should you or do you want to, it's in terms of protocol. And so that's why it does matter.
Sir, in this insert shot, this was going to be after lunch.
That was our first shot up after lunch.
Okay. And was this an insert shot of an extreme close-up on the hand as it's pulling from the holster?
Yeah, it was what I had in mind was, again, I talked about it a little bit before, but you have the hand kind of coming out like this, pulling it. Yeah.
And when you just demonstrated that, you had your hand coming across and pulling in front of you?
Correct.
Okay.
Because that's where his thing was up here, so it would have naturally been going that way.
And do you know whether from the script, whether that firearm was supposed to be pointed towards the camera?
Well, I mean, it's not a matter of the script, really. For that specific shot, it was literally just supposed to be the gun being pulled out sideways.
Okay, sir. And when you demonstrated that, you did not have your hand pointed forward?
No.
Okay. So in that extreme close-up shot, it was just supposed to be pulled out in front? Just
right.
Okay.
It was very short.
Okay. And was that designed to be like an insert to build tension in the scene?
Yeah, you cut back and forth and back and forth. Yeah.
Okay. Okay, I understand. So at the time that occurred, after lunch, when you're doing that extreme close-up scene, was that called a blocking?
Yeah, it's sort of blocking for camera. Yeah, to see, they want to see where the focus needs to be, and how it's going to look, which way the camera's going to be oriented, essentially. When I said auditioning the shot, it's essentially the same thing as the camera blocking for the shot.
So in essence, that scene is just setting up. There's not even filming going on at that point.
Correct.
Okay. So with regard to that, did you ever hear Mr. Baldwin insist on having his revolver for that scene?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Okay. Were you aware that generally during the movie he liked to have his hero guns?
I don't think it's unusual for actors to like that thing. I mean, again, in hindsight, it would have been easy to sort of say, focus on that and think about it. At the time, I don't know that I had a sort of a clear understanding of that or not.
Okay.
I just don't want to speculate.
Right, absolutely. So your knowledge of that kind of firearm and
so I want to just highlight what he says there. I don't want to speculate, and here I accept if you say you're being unfair. If you say, geez, that's really unfair of you to say, I'd say, okay, that's fine. In a scenario where you've just been shot and you say, I think it's a blank, isn't that speculating? I mean, isn't that the definition of speculating? What I'm saying is you are speculating on something that didn't happen, right? And he continues to speculate on that in his story. He tells the story all over again, right? He doesn't say, you know, it was hard to believe, like in the beginning, it was hard to believe I'd been shot with a live round. He says, I didn't know what happened, and I thought it could have been a blank, but we know it wasn't a blank. But nevertheless, in his story, he's speculating that it could have been a blank. But we're 2 years later, and we know that it wasn't a blank, right? And that is exactly what Alec Baldwin also did at length in his interview. He speculated at length, giving all of these examples. Like he was asked, tell us what happened. And in his story, he gave this long descriptive thing of, it could have been wadding. And you know how wadding works? Sometimes when it goes off, it hits you and it can kind of pack a punch. It pokes you. But that's not what happened. So to speculate on what didn't happen is irrelevant. Speculate on what did happen and how it happened, not on what didn't happen. I don't know if you're following what I'm saying. In the Oscar Pistorius case, you still hear all of this nonsense about a burglar. There wasn't a burglar. So speculating that the burglar went in this way or went that way or said this or did that, there wasn't a burglar. So stop speculating on it, right? Speculate on what happened, not on what didn't happen. I don't know, and it's a little bit the same thing happening in the John Benet Ramsey case, where you say, let's debunk the intruder theory. You're speculating on what didn't happen. When do you ever speculate on what did happen? And that's not a really, I don't know if that's not a bad example, but because, you know, some people will say that is what happened. But we know in this case it was a live round. I find it, I don't know, are you seeing what I'm getting at?
In that particular scene, at that time, it wasn't very extensive.
Right.
Okay. So in that scene, there's a blocking, and it's just going to be an extreme close-up. You were paying attention to the camera, as I understand. You're trying to look at the monitor.
Right. I did. Like I said, I wanted to see what the angle was, but since monitor wasn't up yet, I thought, well, I should go inside and try to catch a look at it there, because if it doesn't fit what I need to come next, they're very specific pieces I need.
Okay.
And if it doesn't fit what comes next, we should stop. You know, there was not a lot of time to waste that day. So
Absolutely. The day started off behind.
yeah.
So is it fair to say that your attention was focused on trying to get the right kind of camera angle for that extreme close-up?
Yeah, because there's no real performance at play there. It's more of a technical exercise. It's just, here's what I need to happen in this close-up in the editing room so that I can get this to work.
So at that time, and taking it back to that time, you're more focused on trying to get the scene set up. Your focus is not on looking around to see if Miss Gutierrez Reed is in the church. Is that fair?
I'd say that's fair, correct.
And so at the time, did it occur to you at all to look around and see if the armor is there, and if not, to semi-collar?
No, I wouldn't say that it did.
Okay. And because at that time, there wasn't even going to be more than just pulling out of a holster, right?
That's correct.
Okay. So you didn't you didn't know she was in the church, so obviously you didn't hear anybody go get her or call her back in.
Like I said, there were so many voices going on. I'm just trying to focus on what I can focus on at that point.
Absolutely. You described it, and I kind of get the picture in my head. It was a little bit, all kinds of things are going on at that moment. There's people trying to set up the cameras, and tell me if I'm wrong, or why don't you tell it in your words?
Well, there's just a lot of people moving in a lot of different directions. There's the special effects people hanging what are called poppers from the ceiling. During the gunfight, they will pop and then debris will come raining down. There are people.
I just want to ask Christopher, when you were shot, did you know you'd been shot? Christopher says he was shot with a air rifle. Did you know you were shot, or was it, is it like blank? So, Christopher, when this happened to you, did you know that you'd been shot? So you're saying you instantly knew you were shot, like you knew that moment, right? Or did it take you, did you need to find the pellet and someone need to show it to you to say, no, that wasn't a mosquito or a small small meteorite falling out of the sky. That came out, the gun made a noise. This thing came out of the gun that hit you when you saw it happening. Did you need someone to kind of explain that? Okay. So it's also not like the pain was so great that you were unable to think. You weren't like, I can't think, was I in a car accident? You knew what had happened. Yeah. Thanks a lot, Gayla. Thank you. Have I made my point?
Positioning lights, there are people moving cameras, there are wardrobe people in and out. There are, there's just a lot. It's, and under normal circumstances, it's quite a thing to watch, frankly.
I also want to ask you on the long rifle, the Henry rifle.
Mm-hmm.
So I've got another thing that I want to kind of emphasize. And I realize it is a little bit tricky. In the footage that you see of Alec Baldwin in the church, although what he's just described is just doing this with a gun. That was what they were actually there for, it's just this, and him sort of looking up, right? But he doesn't do that, he does this. He does this, he does this. He doesn't just do that. That's kind of what they were there for. The next part where he does that was supposed to be with a camera behind him, right? And this is the part that I think is maybe missing from this whole story, is why did there need to be dummy rounds in that gun to begin with? Can anyone answer that question? I'm talking about if you're doing this, why did there need to be, what is the point of having dummy rounds in the gun? Christopher says, I think that he knew what had happened. There's the answer. I'm glad we've got someone who knows the sort of intricacies of the whole gun thing. The whole point of that was I'm showing the gun is in the face of the camera, and so now you can see the bullets, and so it's this thing of the deadliness of this gun is now in the face of the camera, because the next scene is what is going to be facing these guys that are running off to Rust, right? So that's the kind of point of what all of that is about. And the directors just kind of said, I didn't know where the armor was. I didn't see her loading any rounds. I didn't actually see if the armor, but I don't know. My understanding is that whole thing was to show those dummy rounds that look like real bullets in the shot. That was almost like the money shot, right? That was like this extreme close-up of the deadliness of this firearm. And I mean, why are they in front of the actor at that point, trying to get low in order to face the firearm? But suddenly it's actually, we don't care about the firearm anymore. We don't care whether it's got rounds in it anymore. Now it's, well, what were you there to do? In other words, what he seems to be saying is, we were there to get ourselves in certain positions in order to do what? Well, isn't the shot that was shot just before the incident? In other words, you were in the church and you recorded footage. And isn't that the footage you purposely recorded because that's what you were trying to get? But then do you say that that's what you were trying to get? So it may be oversimplifying it, but what I'm trying to say is, if the point of, and maybe there were a few sub-points to get Alex Baldwin's eyes opening and to show the revolver coming out of his holster, yeah, maybe that as well. But another thing was, we want to see those rounds in the firearm. And Alec Baldwin, I think himself, said that in the ABC News interview, his exclusive. He said, right? And so why doesn't Joel Souza mention that? I mean, isn't he the director tasked with capturing that shot, really? It's like, we need it at that angle and we want to see those rounds there, but suddenly he doesn't seem to have any interest in the rounds. And I mean, if I was the director, I would say, you know what we need now is, we need the revolver and we need those dummy rounds. And who is responsible for that? Oh, the armorer. She needs to come here now, and we need that here because that's the shot that we're going for. That suddenly seems to be excised out of the story, unless it was there and I missed it. Thanks, SC. Thank you.
Did you have much knowledge of how the Henry rifle works?
Beyond what I'd read about it when I was writing the script, no. I know it's a lever action, and that's what appeals. And
Janet says directors are very visual people. They know who's around them, but then suddenly this director becomes like a sound expert. Did you notice that? He's a director. He is this visual person. He's got, his vision is this movie. I mean, he wrote the movie. And so he's got this vision of the movie, but suddenly in the church, it becomes like acoustics.
Appeal to me in a visual sense, and but beyond that, not really, no.
Okay. Do you have much experience in general with knowing types?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that. They were going to film from behind, but they were also going to get that shot of the camera in the face. I mean, that's the whole point of why you would have the camera right in front of the firearm, is to look down the barrel, to approximate what the lawmen are about to see, what they are facing.
Of firearms, how they function?
No, outside of movies, I have nothing to do with guns.
Okay. Now, on that Henry rifle, you know, there was one scene in the script where Mr. Baldwin's character is supposed to come out of the shack or whatever the structure is, and he's firing at the lawmen. You remember that, sir?
Right.
And that involved, did that involve his hero gun, the Henry rifle?
He was carrying it. He was not going to be firing it. It proved impractical.
Okay.
Yeah.
So do you know that the Henry rifle is made such that there's a plunger on the bottom, and when the rounds are loaded, you can see or not see if rounds are in that rifle?
No, I said I'm not any kind of expert on a rifle.
Okay. Part of the armor's duties, would you agree with, they're to be there also for if the particular weapon Mr. Baldwin's holding needs to look like it's loaded. That's their job. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, I would agree with that.
Okay. Because you got to have a realistic feel for the audience. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, I think that's the entire reason dummies exist.
Okay. And so if the Henry rifle, if you can see at the bottom whether rounds are loaded or dummy rounds are loaded or not, that would be something that would you would want the army.
So, what do you think is a dummy? A dummy is something that someone believes exists that's not true. But equally, that is what a human dummy is. Someone that thinks that something's true that isn't.
To handle.
If it was required for the scene, yes.
Okay. And in that particular scene, Mr. Baldwin is going to confront these lawmen.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Now, with regard to dummies, I think you said before this, before Rust, you weren't very familiar with dummies either.
I wasn't really familiar with the term of it. I think, I guess it's, I would have assumed that there was, if I'd watch a Western and you see something and they have a gun pointed and there's something at the end of there's something in the cylinders or whatever those are called. I think I would assume there's something in there. I wouldn't quite know what it is, but
Okay.
Yeah.
And you talked about on the second go round in your direct, you completed the Rust filming.
We did.
And on that second filming, did you use wooden dummies?
I wouldn't even call them dummies because they didn't ever get loaded into anything. When there was a situation where we had to match previous shots, like on a bandolier where somebody had what would look like bullets, the armorer on that go round had made them out of wood and then painted them and tucked them into the bandoliers.
Okay.
That's quite interesting that he knows that detail. So after this PR disaster, they go and shoot the next thing, and he actually knows that the armorer in that thing. So this armorer, he didn't see her really. He didn't see her in the church. Didn't see her sort of in general. Didn't see her, I think, ever loading dummy rounds. This time round, he even knows that the armorer did that sort of cosmetic work, painting the round. And specifically for bandolier. I mean, that's quite a jump in detail from the one production to the other. Very visual again as well.
And that the purpose of a dummy round is to look very like a live round.
Yeah.
Okay. When it comes to safety on the set, who is the person in general that's responsible?
Well, I think in a general sense, I mean, the first assistant director is the safety officer on set. But beyond that, I think it also, there's a set is generally a reel. If you see something, say something, things. So everybody is responsible to some degree to try to make sure there's a safe work environment. In terms of our safety officer, generally the first AD is the safety officer.
And what you just said, and first AD is in charge of that. But if anybody on set sees something unsafe, they should say something.
Yes, I think an example would be if.
And I think the defense attorney's next words are going to be including you. So, safety is everyone's responsibility. That person, also that one over there, including you, right?
There's a extension cord that's not taped down, or there's something that someone could hit their head on or something. You want to try to head those things off. There are a lot of sharp corners on movie sets.
Now, ultimately, with regard to safety, the producers are where the buck stops. Do you agree with that?
I think the producers are the people who write the checks are generally where the buck stops on everything in life. But I don't think a movie set is any different.
You remember the producers basically employ him. So is he going to look a gift horse in the mouth, or is he going to shoot himself in the foot?
One other portion, Mr. Baldwin, when you talked about earlier about the armorer saying something to him, did you ever communicate to the armorer if she had issues that she needed to confront Mr. Baldwin or tell Mr. Baldwin, or did you ever say anything about that?
I don't think we ever talked about that. I think she and I might have had 2 conversations all told,
Okay.
but that wouldn't have been one of them.
Okay.
That's quite a interesting little bit of drama there. And it kind of looks to me like he's looking at her right there. Look at the expression on his face. And he says he may have spoken to her twice in 12 days, like on the set, 12 days. Let's just watch that again.
There's, something that someone could hit their head on or something. You want to try to head those things off. There are a lot of sharp corners on movie sets.
Now, ultimately, with regard to safety, the producers are where the buck stops. Do you agree with that?
I think the producers are the people who write the checks are generally where the buck stops on everything in life. But I don't think a movie set is any different.
One other portion, Mr. Baldwin, when you talked about earlier about the armorer saying something to him, did you ever communicate to the armorer if she had issues that she needed to confront Mr. Baldwin or tell Mr. Baldwin, or did you ever say anything about that?
I don't think we ever talked about that. I think she and I might have had 2 conversations all told.
Okay.
But
Now, do you remember I highlighted Gabriel Pickle's face yesterday? Remember, I sort of showed that she made that sort of weird, sort of sarcastic grimace, right? Have a look at this expression on his face when he is asked about, did you ever interact with this armorer?
She needed to confront Mr. Baldwin or tell Mr. Baldwin, or did you ever say anything about that?
Let's just go back. I just missed it.
She needed to confront Mr. Baldwin or tell Mr. Baldwin, or did you ever say anything about that?
I don't think we.
Damn, I missed it again. I'm not very quick on the draw, am I?
Ultimately, with regard to safety, the producers are where the buck stops. Do you agree with that?
I think the producers are the people who write the checks are generally where the buck stops on everything in life. But I don't think a movie set is any different.
One other portion, Mr. Baldwin, when you talked about earlier about the armorer saying something to him, did you ever communicate to the armorer if she had issues that she needed to confront Mr. Baldwin or tell Mr. Baldwin, or did you ever say anything about that?
It seems like a very similar. It seems like a very similar look on his face. It's basically, did you ever talk to the armorer? And why not just say, sometimes I did, no, yes, but now it's, did you talk to the armorer? It's pretty weird. Did you talk to the armorer? Look at that look on his face. Did you talk to the armorer?
I don't think we ever talked about that. I think.
And even there's a little bit of a, I think I may have spoken to her once, right?
She and I might have had 2 conversations all told.
Okay.
but that wouldn't have been one of them.
Okay. And would you agree with me, Mr. Baldwin has a fairly strong personality in that movie?
And this is an awesome question because we all know what the answer is. So let's see how the director answers this. This is a good question to test Souza's sincerity. Let's see what he says. Would you say that Alec Baldwin has kind of a strong personality?
Sure, I think, yeah.
And we saw some clips on that. Finally, you mentioned that the day 3, you felt good about how that went. And it was an amazing team of professionals, I think you said, that pulled together and did a good job. Is that fair?
Yeah, I think we had a very strong crew.
And Ms. Gutierrez Reed also performed very well that day.
Yeah, on that day, I didn't take any issue. I was happy with everybody.
Okay. All right, Your Honor, may I have just a moment? I have nothing further, Your Honor.
Redirect.
Just briefly, Mr. Souza, do you recall a single scene that was going to be filmed in the movie where anyone was loading the rifle with ammunition?
No.
Do you recall a single scene in the movie that was going to be filmed where anyone was cycling ammunition through the rifle?
No.
I don't have anything further. Thank you.
You're excused. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next witness.
Can we approach real quick?
Yeah, but we're not taking a lunch break.
What's that?
Okay, so there he walks out. Does he look at Hannah? Kind of got his back to her. Does Hannah look at him? No mumbling after the fact from Hannah. Let's go to the next witness. So Terry Dean says, I would have liked them to ask how this has affected him emotionally. Very, very, very good point. That's something that I think that's the ball that I think the prosecution missed, right? I also think that the whole thing was damn lame. It almost feels like Joel wasn't actually even in the room, that he'd read a book about this. Where is our witness?
Good morning.
Good morning.
Can you just move a little closer to the microphone and speak into the microphone, sir?
There we go.
Thank you. Would you state your name?
Name is Emery Chacon.
And in October of 2021, how were you employed?
I worked the front desk at the Inn at Santa Fe.
And
Is Bria leaving us? Bria, you must have a good night. Sleep well. Hope you have a good sleep. Are you going to sleep? It's quite early in France.
during that same month, did you befriend Hannah Gutierrez?
I did.
And during your friendship with her, did you have an opportunity to be, well, let me back up. How did you get to know Ms. Gutierrez through your work at the hotel?
Well, I worked second shift, so I check in guests, It's my job to be polite, friendly to guests. So being polite, friendly, started small talk.
Was Ms. Gutierrez a guest at the hotel?
Yes,
Do you know if other crew members from the set of Rust were also staying at that hotel?
there were other crew members.
And at any point in
Oh,
time
I
during your
see.
friendship with
3
Ms.
a.m.
Gutierrez, did you have an opportunity?
3 a.m. in Cambodia. What is this guy's name? Like, I think I missed it. I don't really want to go back to get it, but I think we need to.
Face the judge and raise your right hand.
Do you swear affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you'll give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, thank you.
Thanks for joining us, Bria. Take care.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Can you just move a little closer to the microphone and speak into the microphone, sir?
There we go.
Thank you. Would you state your name?
Name is Emery Chacon.
And in October of 2021, how were you employed?
I worked the front desk at the inn at Santa Fe.
Santa Fe, okay.
During that same month, did you befriend Hannah Gutierrez?
I did.
And during your friendship with her, did you have an opportunity to be? Well, let me back up. How did you get to know?
Look at Hannah's body language there. Do you think she seems comfortable with this witness? Do you think she's pleased to see him?
Ms. Gutierrez through your work at the hotel?
Well, I work the second shift, so I check in guests. It's my job to be polite, friendly to guests. So being polite, friendly, started small talk.
Was Ms. Gutierrez a guest at the hotel?
Yes,
Do you know if other crew members from the set of Rust were also staying at that hotel?
there were other crew members.
And at any point in time during your friendship with Ms. Gutierrez, did you have an opportunity to be in her hotel room?
Yes,
And if you recall, approximately how many times would you have been in her hotel room?
Can't really recall. I just maybe a handful of times.
Handful of times. Okay.
So he was in her hotel room.
And when you were in her hotel room, did you ever take notice of any boxes of ammunition?
Yes,
That's a potential whoopsie.
And I want to be clear, are you familiar with guns and ammunition at all?
I am.
Based on your experience, were you able to determine whether the ammunition was for pistols or rifles or anything?
I saw what looked like maybe a couple of rifle rounds, maybe shotgun shells, maybe one pistol round.
And when you say that you saw the rounds, were they in boxes?
There were a few that were not in boxes that were sitting on the counter in the room.
And to the best of your recollection, were any of the rounds that were not in boxes pistol rounds?
One.
One was a pistol round. Do you recall approximately when you saw, and let me ask you, other than the rounds that were not in boxes, did you see boxes inside? Did you also see boxes of ammunition in the room?
Yes.
And do you know whether the ammunition that you saw was real ammunition or fake ammunition for the movie?
I don't know the physical difference between fake ammunition and real ammunition.
Understood. Do you recall approximately when you would have noticed the ammunition in her hotel room?
It was maybe towards an evening. In terms of like exactly what day, I can't give.
Do you know whether it was towards the beginning of her stay or the end of her stay?
Towards the beginning.
Did you see the ammunition in her room on more than one occasion?
No.
Just one occasion?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I'll pass the witness.
Cross-examine.
So, Mr.
So we know that he has this habit of undermining witnesses, but this is quite a kind of intimate witness. It's someone who's in a room. This could be a little bit tricky if he wants to undermine this guy, because it might indirectly reflect on his client. Let's see what he does.
Mr. Tricone, I think you said you were a hotel desk clerk.
Yes, sir.
And sir, what hotel was that?
The NS Santa Fe.
Okay. As part of being a desk clerk at the hotel, did you check Miss Gutierrez Reed in when she started her stay?
I did.
Now, you did not know her before that, right?
No.
So you just came acquainted with her from her being a patron and coming to the hotel and you checking her in to stay there.
That is correct.
You said she at the start of her stay is when you believe you saw the ammunition. What day was that?
I can't recall.
Do you recall if that was in September of 2021, October of 2021? Do you have any idea?
Maybe mid-September.
Late September?
About.
Okay. Okay, and you were up in her room. I know that you all texted, that you had texted Miss Gutierrez Reed, is that right?
Yes.
And did you go to a movie with her one time?
Yes.
Now, after that, didn't you want to keep texting her and have a different type of relationship with her?
Now, I must say, I would have, if I was the defense, I would have stopped at September, because that basically makes the prosecution's case in terms of this witness irrelevant. Him now actually trying to associate the two of them in a relationship or a inappropriate relationship, whatever he's saying, I don't think that is good for his client. Just my opinion.
Quite possibly.
That's what you wanted, isn't it, at that time?
Not too sure how it would have worked out, but perhaps.
Okay. And it was pretty clear from her text back that that's not what she wanted to do, right?
Yes.
Okay. Over a period of time, you kept texting her and she just quit texting. Is that fair?
Yep.
Okay. Now, I know that you said I'm direct.
So you can see that he's getting a little bit nervous. He's swinging in his chair, a little bit of self-soothing going on. Understandably, he feels probably a little embarrassed by this.
Correct that you can't tell the live ammunition from a blank ammunition, for example. Is that true?
That's correct.
Okay. And you also probably wouldn't be able to tell a dummy round from a live round, right?
Correct.
Now, these boxes that you had mentioned, do you remember what color they were?
I remember they were kind of a army green, hard plastic.
Okay, and you just don't know exactly what was in them or what they contained?
No.
Okay. And in late September, you're aware that the filming had not started yet for the movie, or do you have any knowledge of that? Okay. Do you have any knowledge of when the movie started filming?
No knowledge.
Okay. Your Honor, nothing further. Thank you.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
All right, you're excused. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next witness.
The state calls Wyatt Mortensen.
Pretty amazing how fast this trial is moving with witnesses and just a kind of a smooth flow between the prosecution doing their testimony in chief and cross-examination compared to the Draconis trial that was like just one kind of shit show of stop, start, interruption.
Stand before the judge, raise your right hand.
Do you swear affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you'll give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, thank you. Have a seat. Talking to the microphone.
Good morning, sir.
Morning.
Go ahead and state your name for the record.
Wyatt Mortensen.
Mr. Mortensen, what do you do for a living?
I'm a wrangler and stuntman.
Explain to the jury what it means to be a wrangler.
We take care of the horses on the movie set. We give actors riding lessons, and we make sure that nothing bad happens to the horses or anybody that's around them.
Were you employed as a wrangler on the set of Rust?
I was.
In your capacity as a wrangler on the set of Rust, how frequently were you on set?
Pretty much every day.
Okay. And
You're right, Mel. You're right. At least it was a.
in addition to taking care of horses, were you also in some of the scenes that were filmed?
I was.
And in what capacity were you in those scenes?
I would dress out and drive wagons or ride horses in the background. Some stunts.
Okay, great. Can you give the ladies and gentlemen of the jury an idea about...
So Nate asked, why did they call this witness? Good question. You may know that Seth Kenny complained or observed to Hannah that, an accidental discharge could actually also upset the animals. And I don't know whether this is related to that.
your background and experience in the film industry as a wrangler and or stuntman?
Yes. I just got in the industry when I turned 18, which was 4 years ago. And since then, I've been working pretty frequently on 24 films.
So he's 22 years old, another young guy.
As a wrangler and stunts, I've worked with numerous actors and many different people that are big in the movie industry.
Mr. Mortensen, prior to working on the set of Rust, did you work on any other movies that had guns and armorers?
I did.
Do you recall approximately how many films you worked on that had guns and armors prior to Rust?
About every movie I worked on.
Okay, every movie.
Yes, ma'am.
Can you give us an idea of how many movies that would have been prior to Rust?
Prior to Rust, maybe 5, I'd say.
Okay. And did you have an opportunity while you were on set to see Ms. Gutierrez perform her work as the set armorer?
I did.
And was there anything about the manner in which she performed her work that caused you concern?
Nothing directly.
Let me ask you this. Do you recall, can you describe to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury how she brought the guns and ammunition to set from the prop cart?
Just carry them by hand.
Did that seem unusual to you?
Nothing too unusual. No.
Mr. Mortensen, do you, hang on just one second. Do you recall an incident where a rifle was lost on the set?
I do.
Can you explain to us how a rifle was lost or what you recall about that?
We were doing a stunt in the middle of town, and after we were done, I was asked if I've seen a rifle anywhere on set.
Do you recall who asked you that?
I do not.
Okay.
So Janet says the word milk toast comes to mind. I've got to say I've never seen or heard that word before. That's news to me.
Milk toast. Milk toast.
Are you guys familiar with that word? I'm not. I've definitely learned something today. Thanks, Janet.
Do you know whether the rifle was found?
I don't.
Mr. Mortensen, do you did you ever take notice of guns and ammunition being left unattended on set?
I did.
Can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what you saw with regard to guns and ammunition being left unattended?
I seen guns and ammunition on a small cart that was left on the set periodically.
And when you say periodically, how frequently do you think you saw guns and ammunition left unattended on that cart?
Most days that we had guns.
In your experience with armorers on movie sets, did that seem unusual to you?
Yes.
And if you recall, or if you can estimate, approximately how long would the guns and ammunition be left unattended on that cart?
I can't truly recollect.
Sir, do you recall in this case having a pretrial interview where you had to show up and talk to us about your testimony?
Via Zoom, yes.
Yeah, that's right, via Zoom. Do you recall specifically what you said during that interview about approximately how long the guns and ammunition would be left unattended?
I can't remember.
Would it refresh your memory if I showed you a transcript of our conversation?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. May I? Yes. And if you want me to scroll. Did that refresh your memory?
Yes, it did.
Okay. Can you answer my question now?
Yeah. Close to an hour or so. Yeah, sometimes more.
Do you have personal experience with firearms?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you tell the difference between real firearms and replica or fake firearms?
If I'm handed one and I can see it closely, yes.
Do you know whether the firearms that you saw regularly left unattended on the prop cart were real?
Yes, most of them seemed real.
Okay. And when you say they seemed real, how would you know that?
Just because most of the guns on the movie set were real.
And did you see scenes that were filmed on the movie where the guns would shoot blanks?
Yes.
Do fake guns fire blanks?
No.
Okay, only real guns fire blanks, right?
Yes.
Okay. And sir, did you take note during your time on the set of Rust? Did you notice whether or not Ms. Gutierrez's conduct as an armor with regard to handing firearms to actors and taking firearms away from actors when a scene was over? Do you recall taking note of that?
Yes.
Can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what, if anything, you noticed about the manner or how quickly Ms. Gutierrez would remove real firearms from actors when a scene was over?
It would depend on the scene and who the actors were.
Okay, I'm not getting a terrific amount out of this particular witness. I think we're gonna skip across the break and see who's on the schedule next.
Is that what? I think the water is new. It's hers, okay.
Do you swear affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you'll give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I do. All right. Have a
Does this witness appear a little nervous?
seat, talk into the microphone.
Ma'am, go ahead and state your full name for the record.
My name is Sherilyn Schaefer.
Ms. Schaefer, how are you currently employed?
I am employed as an EMT in the film industry, a medic.
Can you just explain to the jury the situation, the connection between movie sets and medics? Is a medic always on a movie set, and if so, why?
Usually, if it's a union show, a medic is always on set for the potential that there could be something dangerous that happens. But 99% of the time, we are in charge of making sure the actors, and not necessarily the actors, but the crew have sunscreen, bug spray, Advil, electrolytes. If it's hot out, we make sure everyone stays hydrated. If it's cold, we hand out hot hands. That's majority of it. If somebody gets a splinter or a cut, we take care of those as well. If somebody gets injured enough that they need to go to get stitches or be seen, we bandage them up, we send them off. And then we are in charge of the paperwork that goes with the production to make sure that the injury can be to go through workers' comp, so that it's not coming out of the crew or whoever's insurance.
Okay. How long have you worked generally in the film industry?
I started in the film industry in 2008, or I'm sorry, 2009.
Okay. And how long have you worked as a medic in the film industry?
Since 2014.
And can you summarize for the jury what your medical training consisted of that allowed you to be qualified for this position?
I'm a licensed EMT.
All right. Ms. Schaefer, approximately since 2009, if you can guesstimate for us approximately how many films have you worked on?
Film and TV,
Sure.
40 plus.
Okay, and of those, can you guesstimate for us again approximately how many had real firearms and an armorer on set?
Maybe 10, 12.
Was the handling of firearms by the armorer on the set of Rust different than what you were used to?
Yes.
Can you describe to the jury what you noticed, how you thought it was different?
I noticed the armorer on Rust did not secure the weapons as a normal armorer would, or an armorer on productions I've worked on before would. Normally, the weapon would be secured until it was time for the actor or stunt actor to need it. And then the armorer would go to their generally a locked cabinet, grab the weapon, take it to the actor or stunt actor. With the first AD, sometimes the stunt coordinator, depending on who's there, open the weapon, empty it. If it needs to be emptied, show the actor or stunt actor the type of bullet, I guess you would call it, that's going to be in the gun. Show it that it's not real, and then, or essentially check it in front of the actor and the first AD to make sure that everyone's comfortable with it. And then hand it over to that performer for the shot, for whatever shot they are shooting.
And just to be clear, what you just described was what you are accustomed to.
That is correct.
Can you explain to the jury how that procedure worked on the set of Rust?
A lot of times when I would notice our armorer hand the guns over to the actors, sometimes checking them, sometimes not. Generally, once the scene is over, you would remove the weapon. The armorer would remove the weapon from the actor and re-secure it until it is needed again. On Rust, that did not happen a good majority of the time. The actor still remained in possession of the weapon, whether it was in their holster or in their hands.
And can you kind of explain to the jurors?
Someone else described the armorer's attitude to safety as protocol optional. Remember that?
How long the actors would be left with the weapons in their possession after the scene, and maybe discuss a little bit about how long it takes to do a turnaround.
Okay, there were a few times where they would have the weapon for a minute or two or so after we had cut, but then there'd be other times where we would be turning around, and that's where the camera position changes. Like if we're looking at somebody and we turn around, then we're going to look the other direction at the actor. That can take, depending on all the moving parts, 20, 30 minutes, where they would still be in possession of the weapon.
And I just want to be clear, did you testify that you saw Ms. Gutierrez provide actors with weapons without conducting a safety check?
That is correct.
Did you ever have an occasion to notice whether or not any of the actors on the set of the movie did their own safety checks?
There were some times that the actors would open their weapons and look, see either while it was being reloaded or not, opening it up and looking at it. And generally on a film set, you would not do that without the armorer present in front of you. And if you did, then the armorer would need to be called back to recheck that weapon in front of you.
So when the actors would do their own safety checks, was Ms. Gutierrez participating in that?
Sometimes she was near, sometimes She wasn't. I don't recall exactly all the time. I didn't notice a lot, but there were some times where she could have been close by or not, but she was not directly in front of the actor.
Okay.
And it wasn't every actor. It was, just a couple here and there.
Okay. Did you ever take note of?
Speaking of taking note, have you noticed we're on trial day 7 now? Have you noticed a change in Hannah? I don't think she took a single note on the first day. I don't think she took I could be wrong, but I don't remember taking a single note on the second day. Or did she have that sort of Medusa hairstyle on the second day? And then I think the third day she had those sticks in her hair. I don't remember taking notes then. And then she may have started taking notes after that. Quite interesting. She certainly took quite a few notes today, or seemed to be today, and to some extent yesterday.
How Ms. Gutierrez would load ammunition into her fanny pack?
Yes.
Yes.
It's amazing how this medic has got very detailed knowledge. We've just had the director who couldn't remember too much about what was going on the set, very similar to the one producer. This medic seems to remember things quite clearly. She also seems to be aware of
Ms.
the
Schaefer,
protocols,
do you recall
right?
the question?
Could you repeat it again, please?
Did you ever take note of how Ms. Gutierrez would transfer ammunition from boxes to her fanny pack?
Yes. There was one occasion that I did see that.
Can you describe what you saw for the jury?
So there would be the boxes that had this a styrofoam with the ammunition inside of it, and there were times I would see her take, or this one time I saw her take the box and kind of tip it a little bit and use her fingers to put some in, and then hand it back, I believe, to Ms. Zachary, and get another box and do the same thing, put more in, put it back, get another box, put more in, put it back. So we're mixing multiple rounds inside of different, and again, I don't know what they were, but mixing different rounds for different weapons. There were some short ones, some long ones.
So during this instance where you saw Ms. Gutierrez load the fanny pack directly from the boxes, if you recall, would she take the time to check every round to make sure that it was inert?
No.
All right.
So I'm expecting the prosecutor to ask about the incident because this was the medic on scene.
In your experience in the film industry, does the armor always stay with the firearm?
Yes. Or within proximity, be able to visually see. You mean when the actor has the weapon?
Correct.
Yeah, to be able to visually see.
Was that the case on the set of Rust?
No, not always.
I'm going to
Take you
shift
to
gears and direct your attention to October 21st of 2021. If you can just kind of walk the jury through how that day went and what you recall. You can start before the lunch hour and then we'll kind of move through it, okay?
Okay. About 6:30 was my call time that morning, and that's what time that I needed to be on set. I arrived on set. I arrived to base camp first, grabbed breakfast. I don't remember if we had a COVID test that day or not, but then I went up to set. And I have a trauma bag that I take with me, and I have a box and a stand that has inside the box will have the emergency, it will have tissue, it'll have cough drops, it'll have those sorts of things that a crew member might want, as well as containers of sunscreen and bug spray, because at that time we had the sun and bugs.
So someone made a point. Did this witness, and maybe the defense will bring this up, did this witness ever make any complaint about Hannah to anyone, to the producers or to anyone? Because if she did, that counts for something. If she didn't, that kind of counts against her.
So I went and I set my stuff down at the middle of the town, and on the radio there was a little bit of noise about the camera department being behind schedule, and I had asked somebody, I'm not sure who, one of our one of our other ADs or one of our PAs on set, a production assistants on set. I had asked what was going on, and they had said that the camera department was not ready to go, and wouldn't be ready to go on time. I generally am friends with the majority of everybody on set. I've worked with everybody a lot. And so I went over to where the camera truck was to kind of see if I could see what was going on or talk to anybody about what was going on, because I knew that they had some issues with the production. And I noticed that they were packing up all their equipment. So I watched them do that for a little while, but then I had to go back to setting everything else up that I had to set up. And at some point in time, our first AD, Dave Halls, had called for a safety meeting that morning, which was rare. And it was more of a meeting to kind of get the crew back together again, because we were all kind of spread out and try to figure out what was going on that morning. And so he in the safety meeting, he just said that we were going to have
I'm assuming.
Sounds like a safety meeting that wasn't really a safety meeting.
Okay, sorry.
I can say what it is.
Ms. Schaefer, without saying what anyone said, can you summarize for the jury what your understanding was of the purpose for that meeting?
The purpose of that meeting was to get the crew back together as we were scattered, to try to get the day started. We were already so far behind with the camera crew leaving.
And
Thanks for your comment. Thank you.
When scenes are being filmed on the set, are you present every time a scene is being filmed?
95% of the time, unless
Okay.
I need to use the restroom or something.
Okay. Were scenes being filmed that morning before lunch?
Yes.
And were you present for those?
Yes.
Do you recall if any of those scenes involved the use of firearms?
I'm not sure about the first scene. I don't remember what we shot. The second part was before lunch, right after we moved up to the church. We had a scene. I'd like to say that used weapons, I'm not 100% sure.
Okay. During that scene, did you see any of the handoff of the weapon from the armor to the actor?
I did not.
Okay. And then at some point, do you go to lunch?
Yes.
And when lunch is over, tell us what happens.
Here we go.
After lunch, I had gotten a ride up to set from our base camp, which was just a few minutes away down the road. And I had walked from where they drop us off up to where the church is, and was waiting for the rest of the crew and the rest of the departments to get to set as well. And so I sat down on the end of a tailgate that was nearby. I believe it was electric truck, but I'm not positive.
Okay. Tell us what happened after that.
Sorry.
It's okay. Take your time.
I actually knew she was going to cry. I mean, even the moment she started testifying, when she swore under oath, you could see she was sort of trembling. And, you know, as Christopher said, you know, if there's anyone who's going to have PTSD, it's the medic who cares about human life, who's trying to save a human life, and who ultimately failed to save a human life. You know, definitely not her responsibility. I mean, she didn't injure Helena, but she would nevertheless feel responsible. You know, try that this person's alive, conscious, and she ultimately died.
I was talking to whoever was sitting next to me, maybe a locations person, I don't remember. And the sound of a gun went off, or I heard the sound of a gun. And I looked over at who was sitting next to me and I said, are we rehearsing? Because I didn't know that we were back in at that point. I hadn't heard anything on the radio about us being back in and from lunch. And I said, I didn't hear anybody call, you know, fire in the hole, or normally like you would hear, the armorer would say quarter load, half load, full load, whatever type of ammunition that they are shooting. And
that also calls into question what the director said, because, you know, we may not be familiar with the jargon on a film set, just a sort of everyday humdrum, this, that, and the other thing. Yes, she's saying, and she's not the director, she's sort of on the periphery saying, you know, the armorer would typically call out quarter load, half load, whatever. So did the director also miss that? All of those instances? Or is the director assuming that we don't know what goes on a film set?
none of that was said. So as soon as I said that, I grabbed the bag, my normal bag, and I ran towards the church. I wasn't very far from it. And as I was approaching the door, I heard medic emergency come over the radio.
And are you the only medic on set?
I am.
Okay. So when you heard medic emergency on the radio, did that information tell you where to go?
No.
How did
It
you
did
know
not.
where to go?
I was there. I was sitting there outside the church waiting.
Okay, understood. Please proceed.
So I got to the door, and one of the things that we are taught when you're becoming an EMT is your scene needs to be safe before you go into it. So I stood at the door and I looked around to see what was happening, and I asked what happened, and somebody said, Helena was shot, or the gun went off, something to that effect. And I looked down at Helena, who had been sitting at that point to my right, and Joel was on the left in obvious pain. And Alec Baldwin was at the back of the church from me, the opposite end of the church from me. And then I looked down at Helena again, and as I started going towards her, I believe it was our camera operator, Reed, had asked her if she could feel her legs. And for one, I believe she said yes. For the other one, she said no. And so I knew that there was some sort of spinal injury at that point.
Sure.
And as I was going towards her, I could see the blood dripping from her back onto the church floor.
Now, what's really important here is, you have the medic saying she can see blood, whereas Alec Baldwin said that he thought, did she faint? So, and remember, he said she went down. Do you remember that interview, like verbatim? He said, she goes down. I thought, did she faint? Now, what the medic is saying is that Helena was first kind of in a sitting position, and she kind of says, I can feel my one leg, but I can't feel the other one, right? And you would imagine at this point she was then lowered onto the floor. But basically, the important point is she sees blood while Alec Baldwin is still in the structure. Does Alec Baldwin not see blood? If he doesn't, why doesn't he? Why can't he?
Was she still seated at this point, or was she?
She was leaning kind of on a pew.
Okay.
And in my smaller bag, I carry trauma shears, and so I started cutting up the back of her jacket to try to find where she was bleeding from. And at some point in time, I believe it was Ann Shim, our second AD, asked me if there's anything that I needed or she could do for me. And it's before that, I'm sorry, I called out on the radio for somebody to call 911. We would need an ambulance. And Ann then asked me if I needed anything, and I asked her to get me my bigger trauma bag, because that's where I keep my trauma-related items. And she did, and I asked her to also call Matt Hemmer, who was one of our electricians. I asked her to call him because he had some previous military experience medically, and he was one of the people I knew I could get up there to help me. Being the only medic and 2 patients is not easy. And so I had him just take over for Joel while I tended to Helena.
And so if you can kind of explain to us what kind of treatment you attempted with regard to Miss Hutchins.
When I cut up the front of her, or the back of her jacket, I'm sorry, I grabbed some gauze and I put it on the one hole that I could find at that point. And I asked, at that point, I believe it was Reed was next to me. I gave him a glove and I asked him to hold that gauze there. And sometime in the meantime, we had moved the pews, or the guys had moved the pews away and laid her down. And I went to the front of her to cut up the front of her shirt, to the chest area, to try to find the other hole, knowing that Joel had been shot. I knew that it was a through and through, or in one side out the other.
You already suspected that it was a through and through?
Yes, because
Okay.
because of the way that Joel was screaming in pain. I knew he had likely, whatever had gone through her had gone into him as well.
Okay, please proceed.
So I cut up the front and I could not find an entrance wound. And so I had to keep looking until I found the other wound. I didn't know what was entrance.
So I just state the obvious, but in terms of how can a blank go through one person and into another person? A blank is got like wadding or wadding. It doesn't have a projectile. So how on earth would any person think that basically kind of this material could like go right through one person and into another one? And so here's a medic talking common sense and giving a sincere account. This is what the sincere account looks and sounds like.
What was exit at that point. And when I did, I grabbed another gauze that I have and I put it there to apply pressure. And I'm not sure at what point. I think I asked Serge or somebody else who was nearby to hold that and apply pressure while I went and grabbed oxygen.
Okay, and so give us just a little bit of information about your oxygen apparatus and what you did with that.
It's in my main bag, so I grabbed my main bag and pulled it over, and it's a non-rebreather, so it's the mask that goes over the face, and it has a bag at the bottom that inflates, and so the oxygen is delivered that way through the mask. It's got the things that go around the back of the head to hold the mask on.
Okay. And just to be clear, we heard some testimony earlier in the trial about Ms. Hutchins being intubated. Did you have anything to do with that process?
I did not.
Okay. Go ahead and proceed.
So I put oxygen on her, and I called back to the ambulance. On the radio. I'm sorry. I called back
okay.
on the radio to make sure to have somebody call back, or whoever was communicating with 911, that we would need 2 ambulances in a bird at that point, because I knew Joel would need an ambulance and she was going to need a helicopter.
You already knew she was going to need a helicopter.
With that kind of trauma, yes. We are 15, 18 minutes from the hospital, from town. And with the way that she was bleeding, I knew she was gonna need more than we could provide, or an ambulance could provide, or Santa Fe hospitals could provide. She needed to go to the trauma.
So did you hear those words? With the way that she was bleeding, and we know that there was a significant amount of blood on her clothing and on Joel's clothing, and he just had a shoulder injury. Words like that you just do not hear from Joel or from Alec Baldwin. And I challenge you to go through all the interviews, everything that has ever been said. And including today, does Joel ever mention the word pain, blood, bleeding, and Alec Baldwin as well? Is that ever mentioned? Anyway.
Trauma center in Albuquerque.
Okay. And do you have any knowledge about the condition that a patient has to be in order for the helicopter to take off?
They need to be stabilized.
And do you know why that is, given your medical training?
I do not.
Okay, fair enough. After you called for 2 ambulances and a helicopter, what did you do at that point in time?
I just continued. Helena was fighting. She didn't want the oxygen on her face. She didn't want anybody holding anything on her. She was fighting.
So I just want to address that. You can definitely appreciate Alina associating that mask with death. She probably was struggling to breathe, but the mask going over her face is kind of a sign that she's in an emergency, and you can totally understand her not wanting to go down that road. Like, I don't want to die. I'm okay. I can breathe. I will breathe. Do you know what I mean? And to me, just that motion gives you a little bit of a sense of Helena herself, someone who wants to live, someone who has this excruciating desire to live in the situation that wasn't of her making, something that happened to her. And in her own private way, she's trying to stay alive, and she's been injured, but she's still alive, and she's trying to stay awake, stay conscious, breathe, stay alive.
And Serge was there too.
Were you, after we understand that you were providing oxygen and that Ms. Hutchins was struggling with that, was there anything else that happened other than that before?
How emotional does Hannah look? Does she look emotional at all?
Paramedics arrived and took over, that you can recall?
There was a point in time when I first had walked in, there were still people inside, and so I had said to whoever was there, AD wise, to remove anybody that was in the church that didn't need to be there. If they weren't some of the people that I had asked to help, then they needed to be removed. Alec being one of them. He was still in the church shortly after I got in there. Sorry, I'm bouncing backwards a little
No,
bit.
no, it's okay. So you asked an assistant director to do that for you?
I believe either assistant director or PA, somebody.
And a PA is a production
Production
assistant?
assistant, which is when you're first trying to get in the.
In Alex's story, he never basically said the medic told us, or did he? Did he say that the medic told them to leave? I think he said we were told to get out of there. But I kind of got the impression when the other medical people came in. But what's quite surprising is that he seemed to be in there long enough for her to run in there and begin doing work. And so he was still in there. Did he really not know what had happened?
Union as a in their union as an AD, you have to become a PA first, and you have to have so many days of PA work that you submit to the union before you can start as the next. I believe it's the second is the.
Okay, all right, understood. So whoever it was that you spoke to and you asked them to remove Mr. Baldwin and any other unnecessary people, did that person do that for you?
Yes.
Okay. And at some point, did paramedics arrive?
Yes.
Do you have any idea how long it took them to get there?
It felt like forever. I believe though it was. I don't have an exact time.
20 minutes?
I believe 12, 15 minutes.
Okay. And
I do believe that there was before the ambulance arrived, there might have been somebody else, a police officer, maybe that was around, but ambulance wise, it was quite some time.
okay, and do you recall?
Now, what's interesting with this is you can see she's accessing emotion. She's accessing emotion as well, but she's accessing memory. She's going into her experience, and she's in an unfiltered way. She's going right there, and that is making her feel emotional. Now, you've seen other people that don't seem to have this at all. They don't seem to be emotional, and they don't seem to kind of, if you're remembering something either in a factual way or an emotional way or in a technical way, people tend to, their eyes move around, but you can see there's a inward looking that's taking place. A lot of what we've heard here is a kind of semantic game where you just answer a question with words, and you're not really addressing anything about what the question's really asking you. You asked about something, and then the answer is, no, I don't remember. Or I'm not going to remember, right? This is what it looks like when you are letting all of that information through. And you'll notice that most of her testimony isn't no, I don't know, or I don't remember. It's informative. She's providing helpful, useful, factual, and also to some extent, so it's all that information with her emotions that you can see clearly on her face.
A police officer coming in with a medical bag and handing items to you?
I do, vaguely, but I do.
Okay. In your medical training, are you aware of the procedure that's done when a person is intubated, even though you didn't participate in that in this case?
Yes.
And are you aware that sometimes
You know, it must be horrible is if the medic sort of feels like her life could have or should have been saved. In other words, when the medics arrived and Helena was taken out of her hands, maybe she thought she could live or she should live. I don't know if you guys know, Helena was intubated, as far as I remember, through her esophagus, which is not the way it should be. And it makes one wonder, probably unfair to say, but it makes one wonder if this medic had done that. And I'm not saying she should have. I'm not saying she should have done it. She was probably waiting for perhaps what she considered more qualified people to do that. But it seems like those more qualified people may have made an error in that respect. And maybe if she did it, she would have gotten it right. Would that have made a difference? I don't know. But it's got to be a horrible feeling where you fighting to save someone's life, and then you've got to let go of that and give this person that you've been with all along to somebody else, and then it's out of your hands.
I'm not gonna finish that question. Thank you very much. I'll pass the witness.
Cross-exam.
Ms. Schaefer.
Hello.
I want to start with this incident you talked about on direct with the ammunition and Ms. Gutierrez putting it into her fanny pack, okay?
Okay.
So first, you don't know the difference between blanks and dummies, right?
I do not visually.
Right. And is what you saw in that one instance, Sarah Zachary bringing Hannah Gutierrez the different boxes of ammunition?
She was next to Hannah. I'm not sure exactly where the boxes were staged.
Right, but you saw Sarah bring her a box, and then Miss Gutierrez take the rounds and put them in her fanny pack, right?
Correct.
Okay. And you don't know if Sarah had shaken those boxes before she brought, or those rounds before she brought them, right?
I do not.
Can metal prop guns that
There's your
can't
answer.
fire, like replicas, like gun replicas, would those require safety checks?
Okay.
So you claim that you've been traumatized by the incident, right?
Absolutely.
And you are actually seeking money damages in that lawsuit for extreme emotional distress?
That is correct.
Did you in fact obtain a civil judgment against Sarah Zachary in that lawsuit for a sum of money?
It has been entered into judgment, yes.
And your case against Ms. Gutierrez, that's still pending, right?
That is correct.
Do you believe that your testimony here today is going to help you in your civil case against her?
I'm not here for my civil case. I'm here for this case.
I understand what you're here for, ma'am, but do you believe that your testimony here is going to help you in that case?
I'm not thinking about that case. I'm thinking about the fact that had our armorer or our first AD done their jobs, we would not be here. A woman would not be dead. A mother would not be gone.
And you filed a civil lawsuit over this?
Yes.
For your damages?
Correct.
To get money?
Not for money. It was not how it started.
And you, ma'am, are an EMT basic or an EMT? What is your EMT training?
EMT. There was an EMT, there's EMT advanced or advanced EMT, and there's paramedic.
And you do have a certification, right?
Yes, I do.
Are you licensed through the state of New Mexico?
I am, and the state of California, as well as the National Registry.
In fact, you also have medical experience working at a hospital for almost 3 years,
That
right?
is correct.
And that was in an overflow unit for the emergency room?
We need to
Well, there you had the badgering called basically. So I must say, you guys definitely know more about this process than I do. T. Cancilla says a single EMT by herself is not going to intubate a trauma victim. So yeah, there you have it. I guess the point I was trying to make is that someone, you must remember, I think the medics were all together. So you had the paramedics and this EMT kind of together. I don't know whether when they arrived they said, flee. But what I'm trying to say is ultimately those people made an error. And if she had intubated, she'd been perhaps involved in it, could that have made a difference? It sounds like it's
What is
not a
your
valid argument.
experience? You did say you worked at the hospital, but what is your experience with treating gunshot wounds?
I do not have experience with gunshot wounds. They were not on the floor I worked on.
Why wouldn't you be trained on that type of injury when you're dealing on a set with real guns?
I am trained for it. You asked about my experience at the hospital.
Okay, so you are.
So there you have it. It's not easy. It's not, doesn't have a very high success rate. A third of the time errors are made. And of course, Helena is a very slight lady. And you can imagine a procedure like that would be easy to get wrong. So thanks a lot for that useful information. Thank you.
Are trained with treating gunshot wounds.
Correct.
But you just don't have experience actually applying that training. Is that fair?
Not in the hospital setting or outside of it, correct.
You said on direct that you had 2 trauma bags.
I have my normal bag, which has, it's a 96% bag. It's kind of like a walking Walgreens, but it has gauze in it and trauma shoes in case.
So just to emphasize Deborah's point, EMTs work in trauma. So, can you really just say when there's trauma, you're totally off the hook. You're not going to remember anything. You are like basically a zombie. Something happened that, and I say this with sensitivity. I mean, I was in a car accident where afterwards I thought I can't really remember anything, and then later I did remember things, and trauma does do things to your memory. That's true, but it certainly doesn't kind of make you like blank, and then also you lose your common sense where you say, was I in a submarine? You know what I mean? So you can't just say that trauma wipes everything out and now information is now do you follow what I'm saying? You can still have a sensible statement from someone who's under trauma, traumatized.
Something else is needed until I get my main trauma bag.
Did you have any equipment with you on that day specifically addressed to treating a gunshot wound?
No.
You didn't have chest seals?
No.
Did you have any IVs?
I am not licensed to start IVs. So I would not. And we are on a movie set where there should be no gunshot wounds.
Well,
so, if she's not licensed to put in an intravenous drip or do that sort of thing, then I would think even less intubation.
Are there other things on a movie set that could cause a thoracic puncture on the set?
Not generally. Not generally. If there is going to be something that's going to happen where something more traumatic like that could happen, then we would request a standby ambulance to be on set with us so that we had all the gear and equipment needed, as well as additional medics to help.
But this movie had knives involved in it, right?
I could not tell you.
And horses?
There were horses.
Snakes?
There were wild snakes. We did not bring them onto set.
Can we approach?
She's shaking her head. In hindsight, I think the best chance Helena would have had is if they got actually on the helicopter ASAP and got her to the hospital and then performed a correct or successful intubation. I'm not saying that would guarantee anything, just that I think if you could change anything and you might get a different outcome, maybe that could have done something.
Clear that you did not hear Dave Hall's yell out, rehearsals up, first team on set. Did you ever hear that?
I did not.
You never heard any call out that they were going to do that set?
No, not on the radio. I did not hear it. It doesn't mean it didn't happen and I didn't hear it, but
No, I just want to know what you heard.
I
You
did not
didn't
hear that. No.
Okay. No further questions.
And I mean, that is a fantastic point, is that often in an emergency situation, it's the opposite. Your perception like spikes, right? And I know when I was in this car accident, I can remember those images were like burned into my mind. I can remember the brake, the antifreeze, because the engine was smashed, sort of snaking on the tar while I was looking at it, and the sort of oily rainbow on the top of it. I remember the pain as clear as yesterday. I can remember all of that, and it happened many years ago. It happened 34 years ago about. I can remember it absolutely clearly.
Ms. Schaefer, are chest seals and IVs customary for movie set medics?
Chest seals, if you can get them, we'd not. It's not like we can go to a hospital and pick up equipment that or products that we would keep in our bags. Whatever we generally keep in our bags is something that we buy over the counter. There are ways to make chest seals, but they're not the most. They sometimes hurt more than help.
So what I want to do here is just contrast her demeanor and body language with Hannah's when she was being interrogated. In other words, lounging in the chair, her voice sort of croaking, especially in the first interview, swearing, saying, "What the fuck? How did that happen?" That sort of flippant attitude. What seems to be missing with Hannah is kind of a seriousness, and this is what you're seeing here with this medic is the right kind of reaction to something incredibly serious. It's the worst thing that can happen to a person, and one of the worst things that's probably ever happened to her as a medic, right? It's not a joke. It's not fuzzy. She knows exactly what happened.
IVs would be something that needs to be ordered, and if you do not have medical direction or a doctor that works at an ER that says, yes, you can work to your scope of practice or your license level, if you don't have that, which most medics in New Mexico don't have, most medics don't have that medical direction, you are not allowed to do that outside of a hospital setting or outside of if you are employed by a EMS.
Okay. And shifting gears, you were asked on cross-examination some questions about whether or not safety checks of ammunition would have taken place outside your presence. Do you recall that question?
Yes.
In your experience, are the safety checks of the ammunition done in the presence of the crew and the cast?
Yes.
Do you know if there's a reason for that?
I'm not sure.
Well, if a safety check of ammunition was done outside the presence of the cast and crew, would the cast and crew have knowledge as to the level of safety associated with that ammunition?
Not if it was not done in front of them, no. But the cast and crew are all welcome to ask for it to happen.
Okay. You were asked some questions about a civil lawsuit, and you were asked if you were testifying today because you thought it would help your civil lawsuit.
Correct.
And I think your response was, you didn't do it for money. That's not how it started. So I'd like you to, and then I think you got cut off. I'd like you to go ahead and finish that.
The reason that I brought any kind of lawsuit to anybody in the beginnings is because I wanted change in our industry. I did not want something like this to be able to happen again to anybody else, to their families, to the crew that knows them as family. I wanted some sort of change to happen, some policy change, whether it be required to have a standby ambulance or it be required to have additional medics if there's going to be big stunts or big gunfire or anything that could potentially cause, somebody to become injured. I wanted that change in our industry because on that show, there were roughly 75 crew. That is minimal to compared to what I normally would have on set. I would have no less than 300 usually before I would be approved to have an additional medic to come and help me. That is just not okay. That is not okay. And being the only medic there with 2 patients, knowing my resources were not close enough to help in any significant way is what I wanted to change.
And have you suffered from extreme trauma as a result of this?
Yes. Can I just expand?
Sure. Okay.
It's quite interesting. She's asked, have you basically experienced pain? Have you experienced suffering? The defense I object to you telling us about your suffering. So what is really ironic here is you kind of have a situation where at one end of the spectrum, you seem to have somebody who says, what I saw wasn't right. What I saw needs to change, right? And on the other end of the spectrum, and I'm not going to mention any names, but on the other end of the spectrum, there's I think, selfish need just to finish the film. And it's almost like to finish the film, we've got to make sure there's damage control. And so in order to do that, do we tell the truth about what happened here? Do we tell the truth and the whole truth? And in other words, the one side seems to be about seeing things that are unacceptable and saying they need to change. And the other side seems to be seeing things that are unacceptable, but insisting that they not be seen, or is that an unfair way of putting it? And that is what kind of makes this incident very intriguing and interesting. Tragic, of course, tragic and unacceptable, but this aspect makes it, certainly it gives it a high level of kind of intrigue, and or games afoot and contrivances, or little strategies in play here as well.
Let's proceed.
Just a quick pause. I just want to show you this article from today. Rust director describes moment he was shot. And does he really describe it? He says, I went inside again to try to see what the angle was. I heard Alex's voice. I heard Alina's voice. Everyone's sort of talking at once. That's all he does, is he hears things. I don't have a clear memory. Then he says there was an incredibly loud bang. And then he says it was deafening. And then he said, I felt like someone had taken a baseball bat to my shoulder. But he doesn't say anything about pain or blood or anything. I remember that distinctly. I don't remember exactly what I said. But does he say anything about pain? Had she been startled by it? Oh, and then he does say, I saw the blood on her back. That's a rare reference to injury. I remember them laying me down. I remember them laying her down next to me, although we were facing in opposite directions. My head was this way, her head was that way. I remember a lot of panic. I still just couldn't figure out what had happened. I just thought, was there something that had been stuck in the barrel? Does he say anything about pain? I knew something got me. It just could not compute for me. He doesn't say anything about the pain. He even says, eventually, maybe they grew tired of my protesting because they showed me the x-ray of my back and there was a very large bullet in it. Anyway. Where were we? Yeah.
Upon my questioning, you asked if I asked you about your claim for emotional distress, and you responded and asked if you could expand on that. The court is going to let you. Please expand.
Thank you. I went home that night and I looked at my little boy, who's the same age as Helena's son. And all I could think about is how I could not save his mother's life and how he was going to grow up without a mother. And how her spouse lost the love of his life.
Understood.
I did not expect this testimony. I did not expect this testimony. So you're going to, and I mean no harm to you, but we're going to strike that testimony, okay? So disregard that testimony, okay? All right, let's.
Okay. All right. Thank you, ma'am. I appreciate your time.
All right, thank you.
Is this Mamie Mitchell? I think it is.
We don't know what that means. We don't know what
I read the script, and in my mind, I give a producer.
Now, I must say, I read from her body language, she's raring to go. Her head's bobbing, her fingers are doing that. I kind of get the feeling she's got a axe to grind, don't you?
Ma'am, will you state your full name for the record?
Mamie Elizabeth Mitchell.
And Ms. Mitchell, what do you do for a living?
I'm a substitute teacher.
How long have you been a substitute teacher?
I think around 2.5 weeks.
So prior to being a substitute teacher, what did you do for a living?
I was a Hollywood script supervisor.
And can you explain to the jury what a script supervisor does?
Sometimes I pre-time the script.
We don't know what that means. We don't know what
I read the script, and in my mind, I give a producer and director an idea of how long their movie is. And based on that, they'll cut some scenes or add some scenes, build some sets or not build the sets. So it's a budgetary thing. While we're shooting a film, I provide the actors with lines if they need them. I keep the continuity in all areas.
And when you say you keep the continuity, can you explain to us what that means?
It means that your right hand is on your right hip and you're leaning on your left hand. And I'm going to make sure you do that every time we shoot.
That
Move
scene.
the camera, that scene for that dialogue. So it's maintaining the continuity, which brings me to the thing that I really do is to ensure that a film cuts together seamlessly in the editing room, which gives the director choices.
As a part of being a script supervisor, do you keep very close track of all of the filming that's done on the set and the scenes that have been filmed?
Yes, I log every shot, lens, how long the shot is, if it's incomplete, if it's good, if it's not good, if it's fair, if it's the best one. And if there's an airplane on line 6, but then the airplane, it's okay in line 9, sound, everything that has to do with photography, I have in here, and that's translated to the editing room.
Okay. How long were you a script supervisor before you decided to become a substitute teacher?
About 42 years.
And in those years that you have worked in the film industry, how many movies and TV shows do you think you've worked on?
74.
And of those 74 shows, if you can guesstimate for us, how many of those had live guns and an armorer?
I think I've worked with an armorer about 24 times on 24 films. Sometimes,
Yeah, go ahead.
sometimes maybe a gun is used one time. And if the armor was brought in for that, I'm not really aware of that. But when
She must be one of the most experienced crew in terms of armorers out of everyone, because Joel says, I think he may have worked with one. I can't think of anyone else. Maybe Dave Hall's worked with a couple. What did he say? But she definitely seems to be. I think there's maybe only one person that's worked with more armorers or not worked with them, is perhaps Baldwin.
guns are really a part of a script, about 24 times.
Okay. Safe to say you have a lot of experience with armorers on movie sets.
I do.
As the script supervisor, are you present for every single take that is filmed for every single scene?
Unless it's a second unit, and I have a second unit script supervisor, but for every first unit shot, I'm there for every take.
On the set of Rust, were you there for every take?
Yes.
Okay. So I am going to ask you if you noticed any differences between Ms. Gutierrez and the other armors that you worked with on the previous 24 occasions.
Yeah, I'm not surprised there's an objection. Great question. Let's see how she answers. Is there any difference between this armorer and 24 others? Do you think there is? Do you think this armorer is just like all of the others?
Objection.
Okay, well, I'm curious to hear this answer. Do you notice Hannah's actually looking away from the script supervisor? Do you think she's pleased to see her?
Ma'am, do you recall the question?
No, unfortunately not.
How did Ms. Gutierrez compare to the other previous 24 armorers that you worked with?
I found her to be inexperienced and did not present in the way that I'm used to seeing professional armorers, union armorers on a film set. It was different.
Did you find her behavior on the film set to be professional?
I did not.
Did you?
Now, that's a very indirect way of saying I found her unprofessional.
Did you ever take notice of where firearms were stored during filming or around the set?
I saw that.
Unprofessional.
What does that mean? It means improper, unethical, unprincipled, unscrupulous. Some of these words aren't quite what we're looking for. But look at these words: dodgy, amateurish, inexperienced, unqualified, slapdash, slipshod, crude, clumsy, second-rate, careless, sloppy, blundering, bumbling, bungling, unpracticed, unskilled, cack-handed. Not sure what cowboy is doing there, but basically means below or contrary to the standards expected in a particular profession. Isn't that exactly what we are dealing with here?
Unprofessional.
Them on her cart.
And when you saw them on her cart, was she present?
Not all the time.
And was that unusual?
Everything about the cart was unusual.
When you say everything about the cart was unusual, can you explain to the jury what you mean?
In my experience, what I have experienced on film sets is that the armorers are very quiet, focused, and very organized.
Yeah.
Everything is very organized. And they're very focused.
So, if she says the armorers she knows are focused, quiet, and kind of in the background and organized, but Hannah's nothing like those 24, isn't she saying Hannah's very loud, And I mean, isn't her appearance not now, but on the set very loud? Isn't her the messiness of the everything, the mixed, the rounds mixed with one another, just the overall messiness, a sign of someone who's not organized, right? And what is the third thing that she said? Focused. Does Hannah seem focused? I mean, when she, especially when she was interviewed that day, she's her body language and her just the way she answers questions. She's focused on her career. She doesn't seem to be very aware of what's actually happening or the implications in terms of Melina.
I don't know if I said that, but they're very focused and sort of methodical about everything. Their movements are very methodical.
I'm going to take you back to your concerns about the cart specifically. Can you explain what your concerns were with the state of the prop cart?
Well, I just never seen anything like it. It just reminded me, I mean, not that it reminded me, but the best way I can describe it is it was like that drawer in your kitchen where you just put stuff that doesn't really go anywhere else, the random things, and you go in to look for something, and just it was messy to me. It looked different than what I was used to.
Did it seem organized?
No, it did not seem organized.
At any point in time, were you aware that there were what I'm going to refer to as accidental discharges that took place on set?
I was on the set at the cabin.
Hang on, you're a step ahead of me. Were you aware of the accidental discharges?
Yes.
Okay. Were you present for the accidental discharges?
Yes.
Okay. Can you go ahead and explain to us what happened with regard to those accidental discharges?
Well, I believe the first one, I was walking. Shall I describe the set? I was from here to where those people are back there away, walking back. We had camped out over here for a wide shot. And so we kind of moved back. And as I was walking back, there was a gunshot went off. There was a gunshot, and it was frightening.
And do you know the circumstances of that accidental discharge?
Well, it was one of them that I know about now.
No, that's okay. In terms of when you heard the gunshot go off, why was it frightening? It's a Western. You know, we've heard that there's lots of guns and blanks and.
Because it doesn't happen.
What doesn't happen?
Guns do not just go off on a film set.
In your career, do you recall having that ever happen to you?
I do not.
And can you give the jury a little bit of background on, given that guns go off on movie sets because there's blank ammunition in the gun and guns are being shot, why would it have startled you? What's the procedure?
So just to respond to Alias, I know Terry has already answered that. Yes, Mamie Mitchell does have a lawsuit. As far as I know, it was actually the first one filed. I could be wrong on that. Her lawyer was Gloria Alfred, I think, and I think she represented Amber Frey. And I just remember there being quite a big PR thing around the lawsuit. You know, there was a table and lots of cameras and so on. quite a big deal was made out of that. How many lawsuits are there? I think there are 3 or 4. So I know it's Serge Svetnoy, Mamie Mitchell. I'm not 100% sure if the other lawsuits are sort of not a class action, but the crew, some members of the crew making a lawsuit in a combined fashion. I'm not quite sure if the medic is the third person or if she's part of also a combined lawsuit. But as far as I know, there are 3 or 4 lawsuits. There were actually even more with Alina Hutchins' husband, Matt, but then he withdrew. So there were 4 or 5 at one point, and now there are 3 or 4.
Procedure usually for gunshots?
Fire in the hole. Someone yells, fire in the hole.
And what does that tell you when someone yells that? To tell us what you're doing.
Fingers in your ears, mouth open. You have to keep the mouth open.
Why do you keep your mouth open?
It helps your eardrums. Something about that. That's what we do. I've known that forever. You keep your mouth open and you go like this.
Okay. So
you protect your hearing.
With regard to the accidental discharges, did anyone call fire in the hole?
No.
And how many accidental discharges occurred while you were working on set?
2.
And do you recall if they were the same day?
They were the same day, same set.
Did they cause you to feel concerned?
I was concerned and I was confused.
What do you mean confused?
Shortly after I was hired by Roe Waters to do this movie.
No, I'm sorry. I think I understand, and I'm going to stop you.
Okay.
So let me and let's let me take you to. I'm sorry. Let me back up.
Okay.
Ma'am, you indicated that you are on the set of Rust. You were present for the filming of every take of every scene. Is that right?
Yes.
And I am.
Looks like we might be watching a behind the scenes clip.
Wait a minute. Let's get out of there. Hang on.
I must say, Timmy isn't used to these long lives that I do. He's used to getting more attention from me. Hey, Timmy.
I am going to show you what is marked as States Exhibit 164. I'm going to ask to have it entered into evidence, admitted into evidence, and permission to publish.
164 is admitted and you may publish.
So, Ms. Mitchell, you're present every time they're rolling camera. Is that right? On Rust?
With the exception of sometimes, just a couple of times.
Thanks, Marlene.
Hang on, let me ask you this. Do you recall meeting with me and me showing you a video that I wanted you to talk about? That was from October 17th. Do you recall that?
No.
Okay.
I don't. Could you refresh my memory, please?
I will refresh your memory. We're going to have to unplug because I'm going to have to refresh.
I'm sorry.
That's okay. It's all right.
Oh, yes, I do.
Okay. Do you recall? You know what I'm talking about now?
I do.
Okay. Okay. I think we can turn the monitors back on. Let's go ahead.
Terry, my arm does actually fall asleep. It does.
Were you present for the filming of that take?
Yes, I was.
All right. I'm going to pull up States Exhibit 164 and publish.
Is Hannah chewing gum? Let's go back slightly.
Ma'am, do you recall the date that this particular take was filmed? I'm sorry. Hey, hang on just a second.
That's
In order
what I
for
have
you
to
to,
refer to.
in order for you to refer to your notes, we need you to have a discussion with us.
Okay.
So, as you sit here today, do you recall the date that this was filmed?
I don't recall the date, but it's in my script.
Okay, would it refresh your memory if you looked at your notes?
Yes,
Okay, so what I want you to do, listen to me carefully.
I am.
I want you to look at your notes, and then I just want you to keep that information to yourself.
They get to approach you and see what you're looking at.
Oh, sure.
Okay.
I'm going to have this. When you look in your notes, just take note of the date and then wait for a follow-up question, okay?
Okay.
Deborah Timmy
To
says,
approach you, see
thank
what she's
you.
looking at.
I don't need to see her notes. Do you want to
Thanks,
see her notes?
Winnie and Nelson. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay.
All five.
Shall I open it up?
Thanks. Thanks for that.
All right. You can come around here if you want.
You kind of get a bit of a don't mess with me vibe from Mamie Mitchell. I've been around the block a couple of times.
No, it's not. This is.
Did you hear that? He said, it's okay if you can't find it. She says, no, it's not.
Ms. Mitchell, go ahead and take your time and see if you can find that. I apologize.
Well, I don't want to get into why this is confusing, but I think a gremlin came in and took the page because I can't find it.
Hang on just a second.
I might have moved it. Should be October 20th. It's October 20th.
No,
No?
stop for a second. I told you to wait for a follow-up question.
Sorry.
Don't just speak, okay?
Okay.
Wait with us.
Okay.
Did you remember I said she was rearing to go? She was bobbing, her
found it.
fingers are doing this.
Are you sure?
I'm sure.
She does need to kind of slow down, let the prosecutor set the pace.
Okay, has your memory been refreshed as to the date?
Yes.
And let me just ask you, and you can take note of the date, okay? And is there something that's on the screen that helps you refer to your notes? No, go ahead and answer my question.
Yes.
What's on the screen that helps you refer, that helps you find that in your notes?
125 Charlie, the scene number.
Okay, so the 125C is the scene number. Is that what you said?
That's the slate number. The scene is 125. This is the slate number.
Okay. And so are you able to compare your notes to the information on that slate?
Yes.
And were you present for the filming of this take?
I was.
And what was the date that this was filmed on?
October 17th,
All right.
2021.
Thank you.
That's like
I
pulling
appreciate
teeth,
you.
right?
I'm going to go ahead and
Pulling
publish
teeth.
it now.
Thank you.
Hey, Mark. We got to do the footprints again. Hold on. So we're here. He's camera left? No, that's it. I'm sorry?
It's my understanding that part of your job is continuity. Is that right?
Correct.
So I'm going to ask you, can you identify this prop that we're looking at right here on Mr. Baldwin?
Yes.
What is that prop?
It's his over-the-shoulder holster
And
bandolier. Thing.
his holster or bandolier, you said?
Mm-hmm.
And what are these things that are right here?
Bullets.
And is that the way that the bandolier was loaded on October 17th?
Correct.
Thank you, ma'am. All right, let's shift gears a little bit. Ms. Mitchell, I'm going to take you to the date of October 21st, 2021. Were you working on set that day?
Yes.
We understand that there was some filming in the morning, and I'm not going to spend too much time on that. Do you recall taking a lunch break that day?
I do.
And well, let me back up. We've heard a lot of testimony that the camera crew walked off that day.
Yes.
And did you have a discussion with Mr. Souza and Ms. Hutchins about making the day?
I did.
Okay, without saying what they said, can you just tell us what you said to them in terms of that conversation?
I said, I turned to Helena and I said, I shoot with one camera all my career until shooting with two cameras became the thing. I said, and then I looked at Joel and I said, if we're organized and you have a plan, we can make the day with one camera. And Helena said, I shoot with the one camera too all the time.
Okay, provided only for context. So we understand that there was some filming and then you went to lunch. I want you to start after lunch. Where it's our understanding that
She's already
that there's
trying.
something going on in the church preparing for a scene. If you can describe that to us, please. Do you recall, let me ask you this, when you went into the church after lunch, were other people already there?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. And
after lunch.
After lunch. We're only going to talk about after lunch.
Okay. Yes.
So when you were in the church after lunch, who do you recall being in the church?
Doran Curtin.
And Ms. Curtin, what was her role on set?
Wardrobe.
Okay. Keep going, please.
She had blood. She was going to refresh blood.
So that's kind of weird. The wardrobe person's name is Curtin.
Fake blood, I assume.
Fake blood.
Okay.
I switched places with her because she's real tall. And I said, could I stand in front of you? And we laughed and I went in front of her. Helena, Serge, my director, Ross, Zach, Alec Baldwin in the pew with the gun, Karen Kuhn.
Who's Karen Kuhn?
She's a still photographer.
Thank you.
And she was on the side.
Okay, thank you.
Coming into the church, I think there was a special effects guy there, maybe the supervisor.
Okay. Let me ask you this. When you came into the church, did Mr. Baldwin already have his gun?
Oh, yeah, yes.
Okay, so you didn't see how he got the gun or who handed him the gun?
I did not.
Okay, so you come into the church.
Dave Hall was there also.
Okay, Mr. Halls was there.
So do you notice how she's one of the few who like counts everyone out? Joel Souza didn't really even attempt to do that. He sort of said, I wasn't really aware of who was there. I heard this one, I heard that one. Mamie's specifically identifying, but not just identifying them, but counting them out, right? Again, quite an interesting mismatch there to remembering who's there and someone who can't seem to remember seeing anything.
How long before the gun goes off are you in the church?
Not very long at all.
Okay, so when you come into the church, you've indicated these people were there. What was happening in the moments before the gun went off?
I switched place with Doran. Helena was here, and she's doing her thing with the light, looking at him. She's doing her lighting. And people are not static on a film set. So it's a dance. And she's doing this and looking at there was an onboard monitor, and Joel is looking, and they're there, and she's doing her thing and looking at him and that. And I don't know what everybody else was doing, but that's what they were doing.
Okay.
I saw the camera. I had an idea of what shot it was. One of three. I hadn't seen the lens yet, so I wasn't sure what it was yet. And that's what they were doing.
And then what happened?
And then I took my phone out.
It's okay.
I took my phone out. Oh, the actor was practicing on his own.
Mr. Baldwin?
Yeah, he was practicing. And as I was doing, he was practicing. And then when I looked down to my phone got the picture. I was going to check his wardrobe, make sure everything matched.
And let me stop you. As a part of your continuity job, do you frequently take photos and videos on your phone?
I frequently take photos.
Okay.
Sometimes it flips. I take photos.
Okay. When you said sometimes it flips, on occasion, do you end up with a live photo or a short video?
Yes.
Okay. So you're using your phone for continuity.
Constantly.
Okay. What happens then?
So I got my picture, and I was going to check his wardrobe, and right when I was doing that explosion.
And when that happens, what do you do?
My body had it was a shock. And then I heard guttural moaning, and I looked around, and my director was crab crawling backwards. And then I turned around to look at Alec, and when I did, she was falling in my direction, and I ran.
And when you say she was falling, you mean
Helena Hutchins was falling, and I ran.
And why did you run?
To get help.
And
away from danger.
Okay. Where did you go?
I ran out the door, down the steps to the left, towards one of the set. It was a set deck truck, one of the trucks, and pull and I had with my phone, and I start dialing 911.
And are you the person that called 911 in this case?
I am.
And when you spoke to 911, how did you describe the incident that you were calling them for? Ms. Mitchell?
I believe I said we've had 2 people shot accidentally on a film set. We need help immediately.
And why did you use the word accidentally?
I did not want her to think there was an active shooter or a mass shooting. I needed and gather an army together. I wanted to come right away.
Okay.
Help right away.
And you thought that if law enforcement or medics thought that it was an active shooter, it may take them more time. Is that what you mean?
That's correct.
Okay. And ma'am, have you also filed a civil lawsuit against the production company and other folks in this case?
I have.
Are you testifying today because you think it's going to help your civil lawsuit?
No, it's not going to help my civil lawsuit at all.
Are you testifying truthfully today?
I am.
Thank you, ma'am. I'll pass the witness.
Thanks, Elizabeth.
Well, good afternoon.
Hi.
Quite a lot of thanks a lot, Elizabeth. Quite a lot of what's the word? Light-hearted ness between the opposing councils. Personally, I think it's quite good to see. I don't think it's necessary that opposing counsel give each other black looks or whatever. It is a bit of a contest. Anyway, let's see what Jason Bowl says.
Hi. I just have a few questions for you, not too much. First of all, I want to go back to your movies with the other armors. You said there was about 24 of them, give or take. Okay. On those, did you ever have a situation where there was a part-time armor, to your knowledge, somebody that did part-time armory and part-time something else?
That's such a clever gambit to question her about the armorers, but in a way that makes his case work. It's really clever.
I think there might have been 1 or 2.
Were those day people, or was that part-time? What's that term you used earlier, day? When they just come in for a day and then they're gone?
A day player?
Day player. Were those day players, or was that a part-time armor?
Do you mean, was it a prop master who also does armory?
Yes, or yes, even a day player did both.
I don't remember.
Okay.
It's a day player.
Okay. Now, with regard to seeing the cart you mentioned, do you know whether when you saw the cart sometimes whether those firearms on there were real or whether they were replica firearms?
Not to my knowledge. I think everything was a real firearm.
Yeah, I mean, the ploy there is take a little bit of the wind out of the sail so that it's not like the defense are, finding gold. So you're right about that, Robbie.
Okay. Are you not aware whether there were any replica firearms, any fake type firearms on Rust?
No.
Okay. Now, also, you were aware that the armor would be called to scenes sometimes, right? That she'd have to be on a scene when they were filming?
I don't know what you mean by on a scene.
Okay, in or around it, when firearms were being used, she had to be in or around that scene?
All armors have to be present when a firearm is being used.
Okay, and that wasn't my question. My question was, did you know on this movie set that the armor sometimes had to be in or near the scene when firearms were being used?
Yes.
Okay. So on those times, it would be impossible for the armorer to be at her cart too, right?
Well, I've never heard of that before.
Well, kind of hard to be in two places at one time, isn't it?
I don't follow what he's saying. I mean, if the armor is at the scene, but the cart's also at the scene, then I mean, you know,
That's kind of the point. Um, Now, did you know whether this cart was shared with props and armory men?
I think it was.
So when you saw the messy and you described it, your kitchen drawer where you put everything, do you know if the props people were coming and putting their stuff on it too?
I think they were.
Okay. And so do you know who might have caused the things to be in different places? Was it props, or you don't know who was doing that? Do you?
I do.
Who?
They were all doing it.
Okay. So
now this is quite sticky because Hannah is props. Hannah is props and armorer. So if Hannah puts, something like this on the prop card, she probably wouldn't put something like that on it, but basically put something on it, then that wouldn't be totally abnormal because she is props and arms.
did you see him?
Yes.
You saw Sarah Zachary putting stuff on it?
3 women at a cart. Sometimes.
Now, with regard to the discharge that you said you heard, you remember that?
Which one?
Well, you described when you were walking, I think you said you heard a sound, a shot. Is that right?
A misfire.
Yes. Okay.
2 of them.
Okay. Did you find out about that well after? Or were you actually there?
I was there. It almost blew my ears out.
Okay. Now, do you know whether any of that was special effects?
It was not special effects.
Did you report that to anybody?
Everyone, I didn't have to report it. Everybody knew it.
Okay. Everybody in production?
I don't know about production. Everyone on the set heard it.
Okay. Do you know if Dave Halls heard it?
Dave Halls was there.
Okay. So he would have known, so you wouldn't have had to tell him, right?
Everyone who was at that set, on that set, and there were a lot of people, heard the gun go off accidentally, twice.
Okay. Different topic. In the script, do you remember whether it required a draw in the scene on October 21st, 2021, after lunch? Did that scene require a draw from a holster? For the actor, for Mr. Baldwin to draw from his holster?
It did.
Okay. Do you remember if that required him to point the weapon?
That's not the shot that we discussed before lunch.
Okay. So was that in the script or not?
No.
Okay. I have nothing further on.
I don't have any additional
Okay.
questions. Thank
All
you.
right, thank you. You're
Thank you very
excused.
much. Thank you. Have a beautiful evening.
You too.
I think they are adjourned now.
The morning of the 7th.
Okay, but that doesn't mean your deliberations are not going to go past the 8th. All right? Because once it's handed to you, it's however long you all deliberate.
Just
Okay?
go back
So
a little bit.
finish their case the day before that.
And that would be finishing both cases.
Yes. Assuming everything goes at the right clip. But so.
Judge, just a point of clarification. What we discussed is that we expect, hopefully, to be doing closing arguments the morning of the 7th.
Okay, but that doesn't mean your deliberations are not going to go past the 8th.
Okay, so this trial should be concluded by next week, Thursday. Up until closing argument. So there might be a verdict next week, this time, next Friday.
All right, because once it's handed to you, it's however long you all deliberate. Okay, so I would say, in an abundance of caution, that it will go past the 8th as far as deliberations go. That's in an abundance of caution. Okay, just knowing jurors have to get situated.
In other words, you might want to
after they get
take
the evidence,
Monday off work.
and then, it just depends. Okay, am I making myself clear? Okay, all right. Okay, thank you. We're in recess.
All right.
Okay, I think they're in recess. I'm not sure if that's it for the day, but it is that for the day for this channel. The reason for that is there are two reasons. I'm gonna come on. People want to see you. I know Timmy's sort of trying to get me away from the chair. He wants me to play with him. But there are two reasons why we are ending at this point. The one is I'm hoping to do a 5-kilometer race tomorrow. It's already tomorrow in South Africa. It's 20 past midnight. The race is in about 5 hours, maybe a little bit longer, 5.5 hours. So I want to get a little bit of sleep if I can. I'm actually also wanting to quickly show the Troconis verdict. So I'll be coming back on live in about 10 minutes just to show the Troconis verdict. I just think it's quite important that we do deal with that. Just for the sake of sort of closure. The sentencing in that trial is the 31st of May. I've got a little bit of an announcement to make regarding that. So see you guys in a little bit. Timmy will see me in a little bit. Okay. Okay. Thanks, everyone. Timmy and I are grateful for your support and your attention. So thanks a lot, mods, especially Jelsi and Terry. Bria was with us briefly. You can see Timmy's licking my hand. That's his way of saying thank you for being good to my master. And then also, thanks a lot for the super chats. I really appreciate it. Yeah, it's just been quite an interesting couple of days on this trial, hasn't it? We at trial day 7 certainly has been fast moving, interesting, colorful, sometimes very heartbreaking, and sometimes frustrating as well. So, Timmy, I'm going to put you down. Okay. Again, thanks, guys. See you guys in a few for the Troconis verdict. Again, happy to have everyone here. And on Monday, it might be a slightly shorter live stream, but I guess we'll see. Okay, guys, take care. Enjoy the rest of your evening. Sleep well. See you guys next time.